Liliko. Welcome to my bedtime mumblings, where I relive my memories and travel stories, slowly, thoughtfully, and with a heart full of curiosity. I'm a girl from Melbourne, Australia, who loves to ponder and daydream. I love movies. I love food. I love traveling. And I love sketching. I always carry my sketchbook with me, trying to capture every beautiful scene I see and every heartwarming moment I feel. Memories may fade with time, but my sketchbook helps me keep those moments alive, pressed gently between the pages. Tonight, I invite you to join me on the very first leg of my journey, from my quiet home in Melbourne all the way to my grandmother's house in Toyama, Japan. 1. Dawn at Home. This morning, pale sunlight filters through my linen curtains. I lie still beneath the sheets, listening to birdsong drifting in from the garden. The world feels paused, like the calm before a symphony. But today is the day. I stretch, then slowly sit up. Time to begin the journey to the airport. Our flight to Tokyo departs at 9:35 a.m. I've checked the time at least a dozen times. My suitcase sits by the door, packed and zipped, cool to the touch. I trail my fingers across its surface. This isn't just luggage, it's a key to somewhere far east, across clouds and coastlines, toward Grandma's house in Toyama. I get up and dress quietly. The house is still, the kind of tranquility that only exists before dawn, or maybe just before goodbye. After brushing my teeth, I prepare a simple breakfast, warm toast with melting butter, and a generous dollop of homemade strawberry jam. "This is so yummy," I murmur, smiling. "Nothing beats this for a quick breakfast on a big day." I sit at the table, the jam glistening in the soft light, and glance over at a neatly wrapped bundle beside my bag. Inside is a small box of macaroons, nestled in soft blue and white furoshiki cloth. My omiyage for Grandma. Omiyage is more than just a souvenir in Japan. It's not, "Here's a fridge magnet for Mount Fuji." No, omiyage is a deeply rooted tradition, an offering, a bridge, a way of saying, "I was thinking of you while I was away." The word itself comes from miyage, meaning local specialty, with the respectful O at the beginning, turning a gift into an act of love. In Japanese culture, bringing an omiyage is nearly mandatory after travel. It doesn't matter if your journey was for fun, business, or spiritual enlightenment, you come home with gifts, preferably ones that are regional, seasonal, and beautifully packaged. Cookies shaped like local landmarks, sweets infused with matcha from Kyoto or yuzu from Shikoku. It's an art form. My omiyage is more French than Japanese. Delicate macarons from La Belle Miette in Melbourne. The pastel colors remind me of soft clouds. It's one of Melbourne's finest indulgences, elegant, local, and just sweet enough to carry my affection. I really love them myself. I hope Grandma will enjoy them too, although I wish I had learned how to make mochi. That's Grandma's favorite. There's something soft and nostalgic about mochi, especially when it's freshly made. What if she doesn't like the macaroons? Grandma's taste is traditional, even fussier than I was about vegetables when I was 5. I pause, imagining her wrinkled hands carefully untying the cloth, inspecting them with a curious eye. Then I hear her voice in my mind. "Life is a journey of learning. No one is ever too old to learn," she always taught me. Well, now it is my turn to preach her these words of wisdom. I'll speak to her in her serious tone of voice. "Life is a journey of learning, Grandma. You are not too old to learn to love these macaroons." I'm laughing in my heart just thinking about it. And besides, I'm bringing myself too, her sweet granddaughter. Surely that will matter most. Come to think of it, I picture something even more funny. Me, as the gift. What if I wrap myself in a giant omiyage box and have it delivered to Grandma? I imagine crouching inside a huge furoshiki covered box, ribbon and all, popping out like, Tadaima! Surprise, Grandma! And then I picture poor Grandma shrieking, flinging her teacup into the air, and possibly needing a warm towel and 3 days to recover. Right. Maybe not the best idea. I'll stick with the macarons and a hug. Still, I like the thought. In a way, I am the gift. A living omiyage. I've come all the way from Melbourne, carrying not just sweets, but my stories, my drawings, my chatter, my messy hair, and unladylike laugh, all bundled up like a very animated, possibly noisy, care package. I remember my younger days living with Grandma. Her house was always full of rules. More often than not, I'd hear her voice behind me, equal parts disappointed and affectionate, saying things like, Liliko, sit up straight, don't slouch like a sleepy cat. A proper Japanese lady sits in seiza. Or, at the dinner table, her tone would turn firm as she observed my chopstick technique. Chopsticks are for picking up food, not for poking or screwing. Use them properly like an elegant young lady. Grandma once tried to teach me how to bow properly while walking. It didn't go well. I ended up headbutting her beloved potted plant and knocking it clean off the hallway table. After surveying the damage to both the plant and my pride, she decided it was best to call it off, if only to prevent further casualties among her other cherished decorations. With a sigh, she muttered to herself, Well, not every student is meant to master algebra. Sometimes you just have to settle for the times table. It still gets you through life. Oh, did I mention Grandma was a high school math teacher? Anyway, I'm definitely not the elegant Yamato Nadeshiko she probably dreamed of. I spill miso soup just trying to lift the lid. I forget to take off my slippers before stepping onto the tatami. I laugh too loudly without covering my mouth, showing all my teeth and none of my modesty. But still, Grandma loves me. Somehow my hopelessly cheeky grin always manages to loosen the tight knot of her frown. She keeps my old sketches on the fridge like museum treasures. In one drawer, she's tucked away all my childhood trinkets, tiny plush animals, a broken music box, mismatched socks she refuses to throw away. And in her wardrobe, she's carefully folded my old summer yukata and the little sun hat I wore when I was 5, as if they were family heirlooms. So I think, even if I never master the refined grace of a proper Japanese lady, even if I still forget which side the rice bowl goes on, or which direction to lay my chopsticks on the rest, it's still enough. Because I'm her precious granddaughter, and to her, that means everything. The toast is gone, the jam jar is empty. Outside, the sky begins to pale, the very first whisper of morning. Today, I fly toward Grandma, toward tea and warm kotatsu, toward soft reprimands and bone-deep affection, with a suitcase full of clothes, a box of pastel clouds, and the most important omiyage of all, me, racked in love and slightly jet-lagged. Thank you for staying with me through my bedtime mumble. It means a lot to have a friend who quietly keeps me company. Before we end tonight's story, I wanted to share something a little sweet, literally. One of my favorite omiyage I always buy when I visit Japan is Tokyo Banana. If you've never seen one before, it's a soft, fluffy sponge cake filled with creamy custard. My favorite is the caramel. It's simple, adorable, and delicious, and you'll spot it everywhere in Tokyo's gift shops, usually dressed in cute seasonal packaging. I always buy big boxes when I leave Tokyo, one for friends to share, and the other, well, those are just for me. Liliko's private stash. No sharing. Now, if you're like me, traveling from Japan back to Australia, you might wonder, can I bring Tokyo Banana into Australia? The good news is, yes, you usually can, but there are a few important things to keep in mind. First, it must be commercially packaged and sealed in its original wrapping. No homemade versions, no opened boxes. Second, it shouldn't contain fresh fruit or anything perishable. Third, you must declare it on your incoming passenger card, always. Even if you're confident it's allowed, honesty is mandatory. Australia has very strict biosecurity laws to protect its unique environment, so always declare that you're carrying food and do your part to protect Australia. Most Tokyo banana are shelf-stable and contain no real banana pieces, just banana-flavored custard. So, as long as it's sealed and declared, you'll likely be able to enjoy it once you're home. Just keep in mind, final approval always depends on the officer's assessment at the airport. But generally speaking, Tokyo banana is considered safe to bring into Australia when declared properly. And trust me, opening a box of Tokyo banana after a long flight feels like unwrapping a little piece of Japan. The soft sponge, the mellow sweetness, the gentle banana scent. It makes the goodbye feel a little less sad. So yes, you can bring Tokyo banana back to Australia. Just follow the rules, and maybe save one for a quiet moment, with tea, and memories of Tokyo. I hope tonight's story brought you a little calm, a little curiosity, and maybe a craving for cake. If it did, feel free to listen again anytime you like. Let this video be a soft place you can return to, whether it's tomorrow night or the next time you need a gentle story to help you drift off. Have a sweet and restful dream. Good 2. Melbourne Airport Com. Melbourne Airport Terminal 2. Morning light spills through the wide glass walls, cool and pale like the inside of a seashell. Beyond them, planes glide slowly across the tarmac, their silver wings catching the first golden hints of day. I pause and listen. There's a quiet rhythm to airports I've always liked. Footsteps echo gently on the polished floor. A suitcase rolls past with a soft hum. Somewhere nearby, I hear the delicate clink of porcelain, someone setting down a coffee cup, still steaming. The air smells of espresso and paper boarding passes. I glance up at the departures board. Qantas Flight QF079 to Tokyo. 9:30 a.m., right on schedule. My pulse steadies. It's real now. I'm going back to Japan to see Grandma, and nothing will stand in my way. As I sit with time to spare, my eyes drift out the window, but my thoughts drift somewhere else entirely. I remember the first time I visited Grandma. I was only 5.5 then. I spent a summer month in Toyama during her school holidays when she wasn't teaching at the school. Mom and Dad returned to Tokyo for work, but I stayed behind, alone with Grandma. It was my first real adventure. I was a city girl, wide-eyed and curious. Everything felt new. Stag beetles clung to tree branches like miniature monsters. Dragonflies shimmered near the pond. Fireflies blinked across the rice fields like tiny lanterns. Grandma took me all over Toyama. We visited old temples, tucked between forested hills where the cicadas screamed so loud that I had to cover my ears. She taught me how to clap my hands at the shrine, bow twice, and make a wish. We'd go to the morning market, where fish still twitched in baskets and the scent of pickled daikon filled the air. I liked trailing behind her like a duckling, trying to match her short, purposeful steps with my wobbly ones. She didn't mind. She said she liked having a little shadow who asked too many questions. That summer was interesting, in the way only a training camp run by your grandma could be. In just under a month, Grandma tried to shape me into a well-mannered young girl, a future lady. It was an impossible mission. More impossible than Mission Impossible. And since neither Grandma nor I is Tom Cruise, the mission failed spectacularly. To be fair, even Ethan Hunt, the best agent of the IMF Impossible Mission Force, would have struggled to pull this one off. And really, let's be honest, Tom Cruise is a grown man. There's no way he could convincingly disguise himself as a 5-year-old Japanese girl, well-mannered or not. I suppose with extreme surgery, a total wardrobe overhaul, and the full force of his Golden Globe-winning acting talent, it might technically be Mission Possible. Still, if the IMF actually briefed Ethan Hunt on a mission this ridiculous, I'm pretty sure he'd smash the mission brief sunglasses on the ground, stomp on them a few times, and kick them across the room before the device even got the chance to say, "This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds." Wait, how did we get here? Why are we talking about gender reassignment and Tom Cruise? This is really going far and away. Oh, Far and Away. That's another Tom Cruise movie. Sorry, guys. My bedtime mumbling took a very wide turn. Don't worry, I got this. I'm gonna bring us back. I need you to trust me. Oh no, not again. That's another famous Tom Cruise line. We're in Edge of Tomorrow territory now. Stuck in a never-ending Tom Cruise filmography loop. Okay, enough side quest. We've got a plane to catch. Let's get back to our story. Back to that summer when I was 5. That summer was Grandma's personal training camp. Project Liliko, if you will. Her goal? To upgrade me into Liliko 2.0. A refined, graceful, properly mannered future Yamato Nadeshiko. The ideal, elegant Japanese lady. Education starts young and Grandma was wasting no time. Did Project Liliko succeed? Let's just say, remembering where to place your rice bowl versus your soup bowl is hard when you're hungry. It's even harder to remember to take off your shoes when you're sprinting in and out of the house chasing geckos. I didn't become graceful. Not even a little bit. But I did learn my math. Addition, subtraction, the times table. That month, Grandma drilled the numbers into my tiny brain, and somehow they stuck. She was proud of that. I like to think I inherited her math gene. A math teacher grandma with a math-smart granddaughter, upholding the family honor and her professional reputation. Grandma always said she wasn't a tiger mom. She was just exploring my potential. Dad disagreed. Having been forced to memorize the times table at a similarly young age, he once muttered, "She's not the tiger mom. She's the mother of all tiger moms, the tiger grandmom." He said it in a whisper, of course, never within Grandma's hearing. I still remember saying goodbye at the end of that summer at Toyama Station. I was excited to go home to Tokyo to see my friends and tell them all about my adventures, but there was also a quiet sadness in leaving Grandma behind. It's a lucky thing, I think, to be loved in 2 places at once, Tokyo and Toyama, a feeling a bit big for a 5-year-old to fully understand. As we stood in the open square outside the station, I saw tears welling in Grandma's eyes. I was so used to her serious and steady voice, I never imagined she'd cry. "Don't cry, Grandma," I said. "You told me a proper lady doesn't cry in front of others, remember? When I bumped my head last week." She gave a shaky laugh, then bent down to meet my gaze. "I guess I'm not a very good teacher, am I?" "No, you're not," I replied honestly. "You cry more than me. When I hit my head, it hurt. That's why I cried. You're not hurting anywhere. No, but I do. She pointed to her heart. Here. Even at 5, I understood her sadness seeing me goodbye. I hugged her tightly and whispered, Goodbye, Grandma. I'll miss you. That month, I learned her rules, her lessons, her quirks. I saw her serious side, her loving side, and now her soft, tearful side. She was strict, but she was kind. That summer, I learned how to add, how to multiply, and how to read the emotion in her eyes, even when she didn't say a word. I pulled out my Hello Kitty tissue pack, something I always carried because I was kind of a snotty child, and handed it to her. Here, Grandma, you can use mine. Thank you, Liliko. That's very kind. But I've got this, she said, reaching into her bag. Grandma always carried her handkerchief, folded with neat, almost ceremonial care, always tucked into her handbag. She took it out and waved it gently in front of me. You keep yours, she said, returning the tissue. Hello Kitty is your favorite. Is handkerchief your favorite? I asked. Yes, she smiled, because I get to keep it with me. Mom and Dad each took one of my hands. As we walked into the station, I looked back one last time. Grandma stood in the breeze, the summer air brushing her hair. Her handkerchief fluttered like a small white flag, soft, steady, and full of feeling. I used to wonder why she preferred handkerchiefs to tissues. Was it just an old-fashioned habit? A matter of elegance over convenience? Now I think I understand. Tissues disappear, but cloth remembers. A handkerchief carries the scent of both sorrow and joy. It can be washed, just as time may rinse away the sting of a tear, but the memory has already woven itself into the threads. Throwing away a tissue is like discarding a piece of feeling, but a handkerchief lets you hold on to them. Grief or gladness, farewell or reunion, it safeguards your memories so they aren't lost. I look at the time on my phone. It's time to check in. I gather my thoughts and proceed to the check-in counter. It's quick and uneventful. With nothing left to do, I find a quiet corner to sit and wait. All around me, travelers move with gentle purpose. There's no sense of urgency, no harsh voices piercing the air, just the soft heartbeat of new journeys quietly beginning. A woman knots her scarf with practiced ease, then heads toward security. An elderly couple sit near the window, their hands loosely clasped, sharing a silence only long love understands. There's a kind of beauty here. It reminds me that travel doesn't always need to be fast to be meaningful. Sometimes, the stillness is the story. Near the check-in area, I notice a young Japanese family. A father in a navy jacket, a mother with soft eyes gently guiding a small suitcase, and their son, no more than 5 or 6, clutching her hand, his tiny red backpack bouncing with each step. The boy stops and points toward the window. Hikoki, he exclaims. Airplane. In Japanese, hikoki means airplane. I love how it sounds, like a little burst of air and energy, perfect for something that takes you far away. I smile. Maybe they're visiting grandparents too. Maybe in just a few hours, that boy will run into his grandfather's arms. Maybe his grandmother will greet him with a warm melanpan and a soft "Okaeri, welcome home." And suddenly I feel it, that tug in the heart, that longing to be wrapped in familiar arms, to be home. I unzip the front pocket of my bag and take out my sketchbook. A blank page, a waiting pencil. My hand begins to move. The curve of the mother's fingers around her son's. The boy's soft, wind-blown hair. The way their suitcases stand close, almost like part of the family too. No one notices me drawing, and I don't mind. Some moments feel too precious to pass by unrecorded. I like capturing these quiet truths, the kind that photos can't quite hold. In the corner of the page, I write softly, "Together bound for somewhere warm." When the sketch is done, I gently close the book. It's time to move. I make my way toward the security checkpoint. I try to breathe slowly. Airports can feel mechanical. Lines, trays, scanners, beeping lights. But today, everything feels softened, like I'm walking through a watercolor painting. A soft announcement hums overhead, listing cities: New York, Taipei, Auckland. Some I've been to, and some I haven't. For a moment, I wonder what it would be like to pick a place at random, just follow a gate and see where it takes me. But not this time. Today, I'm heading north, across the Pacific and into the sky, all the way to Tokyo, and from there, a slower journey inland, to Toyama, to Grandma. At the edge of the departure hall, I find another quiet seat by the window. I catch my reflection in the glass, half lit by sunlight, half shadowed by the terminal beams. I look like a traveler, yes, but more like someone who's finally beginning to understand why she travels. Not to escape, not to impress, but to return, to reconnect. I see the same face I've always had, but today, there's something steadier in the eyes, like I'm carrying more than just clothes and chargers, like I'm carrying a quiet promise, tucked somewhere between my sketchbook and the heart. I open my sketchbook again and glance down at the family I drew. I smile and add one final detail: the boy's sock, slipping just slightly off his heel. Tiny things like that stay with me. They make a moment feel real, like a petal pressed between pages. I take one last look around the terminal. The family I sketched is gone now, somewhere deeper in the maze of gates. I half expected them to be flying to Tokyo too, but maybe they're off on another adventure, a detour before returning home. How lovely, I think. But not for me, not today. My destination is Tokyo, and tomorrow it's Toyama, though my heart has already arrived there. A flight crew walks past in matching uniforms, their laughter soft and low. The automatic doors open and close behind them with a sigh. The plane is waiting, breathing, almost alive. And just like that, my thoughts return to Grandma. I picture her tiny kitchen, the wooden step at the genkan, her voice humming an old folk tune as she stirs soup with practiced hands. "Just another day," I whisper. "I'm on my way." I've kept these moments with me, pressed gently between the pages like a flower frozen in time, and folded next to it my own anticipation, a quiet blooming of the journey ahead, like a gift carried gently home. Not in paper, but in memory. Thank you for staying with me through my bedtime mumble. It means so much to have a friend who quietly keeps me company. I hope this story helped calm your thoughts and bring a little peace to your night. If it did, feel free to listen again anytime you like. Let this video be a soft place you can return to, whether it's tomorrow night or the next time you need a gentle story to help you drift off. If you'd like to join me for the next chapter of our journey, please consider subscribing to this channel, and don't forget to tap the little bell so you'll be gently reminded whenever a new story arrives. You can also like this video or share it with a friend who might enjoy a quiet bedtime moment. Every subscriber feels like another friendly travel companion in my little corner of the world, and knowing you're here gives me the motivation to keep creating these cozy videos. It truly means the world to me. Have a sweet and restful dream. In-flight reverie. Settled into my window seat on the Qantas A330, I fasten my seatbelt with a familiar click and let the low hum of the engines wash over me like a lullaby, equal parts clouds and machinery. As we begin to taxi, I steal one last glance at Melbourne, my starting point, my launch pad, a brief farewell to my everyday life, both bustling and beautifully mundane. Then, with a graceful tilt, we lift. Melbourne slips away like a watercolor painting rinsed from the page, grids of suburbs, tiny ants that are actually cars, rooftops flashing in the sun like scattered confetti, all gradually swallowed by the sky. As we climb higher, the clouds rise to greet us like old friends, pillowy, patient, ever drifting. Our flight arcs across the vast inland of Australia, its immensity unfolding beneath me like a sun-warmed map. From Melbourne to the far northern tip of Cape York, we spend nearly 4 hours still within Australia's embrace, over 2,900 kilometers, farther than the stretch from London to Moscow, crossing what would be most of Europe. Only then does the land give way to the glinting coral sea, a quick shimmer of turquoise below. Soon, the green folds of Papua New Guinea drift past, and we cross the invisible thread of the equator. Ahead, the North Pacific opens, endless and unbroken. A 4,000-kilometer stretch of blue with nothing beneath but water, depth, and the slow passage of time. Hours later, Japan appears, first the faint outline of islands, then the steady sprawl of cities, until we slip quietly into Tokyo's airspace. 10.5 hours, measured not just in distance, but in clouds, oceans, and the gentle hum that carries me from one world to another. With that much time to myself, my imagination tends to slip off its seatbelt and wander away. I rest my chin in my hand, my signature thinking pose, like Rodin's The Thinker. Except I'm fully clothed, not butt naked on a rock, obviously. Elegance with dignity, thank you. I gaze out the window. The horizon stretches endlessly, and the clouds below look like soft pillows piled high, like the sky is making its bed. So plush, so quiet, so dreamlike. And just like that, I start drifting. Australia and Japan, over 8,000 kilometers apart. These days, we just hop on a plane, plug in our headphones, and boom, we're on the other side of the world before dinner. Miraculous, really. But we rarely stop to marvel at it. We forget that this flying metal bird is the result of generations of engineering, imagination, and impossible dreams. But what if I weren't flying today? What if this were 100 years ago? What if I wanted to travel from Melbourne to Tokyo in the 1920s? I close my eyes. No direct flights, no neck pillows, only ships, grand ocean liner ships. I picture myself aboard one, en route to Japan. Not just any ship, a Titanic-style voyage. Oh, how wonderful and romantic. I've always adored the film Titanic, James Cameron's 1997 masterpiece. Leonardo DiCaprio as Jack, Kate Winslet as Rose. Two souls from different worlds colliding in a moment of fate. I've watched it more times than I can count, and I still weep at the end, every single time. The Fantasy Voyage. Naturally, I cast myself as Rose, young, graceful, mysteriously melancholic, draped in a stylish Edwardian white lady suit, elegant, timeless. The jacket is tailored high at the waist, with deep purple lapels that whisper wealth. The skirt sweeps dramatically across the deck with every step. My hair is styled in a classic Gibson updo, the height of sophistication. Atop my head, a wide-brimmed white hat adorned with soft feathers and a satin ribbon. White gloves protect my delicate hands, unfamiliar with such vulgar tasks as dishwashing or laundry. The heaviest thing I lift? A champagne flute, naturally. I imagine myself standing at the dock, parasol in hand, gazing up at the ship, admiring its scale, its grandeur, its promise of escape and reinvention. Luggage? Oh, please. Not just one 30-kilo Qantas-approved carry-on. I have trunks, plural, stacked like a fashion archive, carried aboard by uniformed porters, each trunk packed with dresses, some for morning tea, some for afternoon strolls, and others reserved strictly for dramatic moonlit reflections on the meaning of life. I'd likely board from Melbourne with P&O, the Peninsular and Oriental Steam Navigation Company favored by the British elite, or perhaps the NYK line, proudly Japanese. The route would be long and glamorous with stops in Sydney, Brisbane, Singapore, and Hong Kong before finally docking in Yokohama, Tokyo's main gateway to the world. As a first-class passenger, I'd be treated like royalty aboard this floating palace. The voyage? 4 to 6 weeks of elegance, orchestras, and emotional monologues on the upper deck. Life on board in first class. My cabin is a floating boudoir, in the morning my personal maid drawing open the curtains. Warm sea breeze and golden sunlight drift in. I stretch beneath linen sheets, yawn and wonder what silk to wear for breakfast. Breakfast might be served in my room or in the first-class dining saloon. The menu? Oh, only a casual spread. Omelettes, grilled kippers, toast croissants, sausages, muffins, puffed rice, porridge, and fresh fruits. All of it served on fine china, of course. Then comes a proper morning routine. A visit to the gymnasium to ride the electric camel or electric horse, or perhaps the Turkish baths for a steam and massage, or maybe I just take a stroll on the promenade deck with my parasol, nodding politely at fellow high society travelers. Always graceful, always refined. There's also the ladies' reading and writing room, perfect for sketching, journaling, or secretly observing people while pretending to write postcards. By noon, it's lunch in the Café Parisien, light finger sandwiches, French pastries, perhaps a delicate consommé or poached salmon, and a chance to accidentally overhear some juicy upper deck gossip. Afternoons are for tea, naturally, served with delicate cakes and gentle chamber music, in sun-dappled lounge as ship's orchestra plays something wistful in E minor, perfect for a slow, salt-scented daydream drifting across the sea. Later, I return to my suite to prepare for the evening, because on a ship like this, night is everything. Morning promenades and polite afternoon chatter? Just warm-up acts. Elaborate appetizers for the real performance, dinner, and what follows. And on vessels of this stature, you must be perfect from head to toe. No exceptions. Maintaining appearances is a matter of social survival. Your image is your currency. Any wardrobe malfunction, a crooked hem, a torn seam, a hat feather deciding to stage a dramatic escape would be a scandal. You could become the main course of breakfast gossip the next morning. And in first class, gossip spreads faster than the Wall Street crash on the Black Monday. Dressing for dinner can take a full hour, sometimes more. After all, a first-class lady never rushes into greatness. My personal maid assists me, because frankly, this is not a one-woman job. First, a proper facial powdering, rouge delicately applied to the cheeks, lips tinted a modest rose, and then the corset, a miracle of design and cruelty, cinching the waist into submission and restricting the lungs just enough to make one's speech soft, delicate, and slightly breathless. No wonder Edwardian women always speak gracefully and sounded so refined. It's hard to raise your voice when your ribs are being hugged by reinforced whalebone. The scent you wear is your opening statement. It must speak before you do. A whisper of lavender water on the wrists, a delicate trace of perfume behind each ear. Let your fragrance arrive a heartbeat ahead, like a soft prelude announcing your presence. Invisible, yes, but far from unnoticed, it lingers in memory, leaving someone recalling your presence long after you've drifted away. Then come the accessories, though really they're necessities. A shimmer of jewels, gloves so pristine they might faint at the sight of dust, a fan for both breeze and intrigue, and a dainty reticule, more ornament than container, barely large enough for a single useful item but indispensable for the look. One by one, the maid fastens each in place, the final touches to a carefully composed portrait. A final glance in the mirror. Voila, a work of art, assembled with care, patience, and a mild inability to breathe. Tonight I wear deep violet silk, sequined just enough to flirt with candlelight. The gown features puffed sleeves and a graceful empire waistline. A matching ribbon weaves through my curls, which fall like soft waves, artfully casual, of course. I look elegant, like someone from a portrait or the opening scene of a novel that begins at sea. And what's around my neck? Yes, that necklace, the heart of the ocean. Blue, dazzling, cinematic, more spellbinding than the night sky. No girl could resist it, certainly not me. The real first-class hours. Dinner begins at 7 p.m. beneath grand chandeliers. The first-class dining saloon on D-Deck is an architectural marvel. 114 feet long, 92 feet wide, over 1,000 square meters, the largest dining room ever to sail in 1912, with seating for over 500 guests. I descend the staircase, and immediately a steward greets me with a crisp bow.
"Good evening, miss,"
he says. He offers his arm and escorts me to my table, guiding me through a soft hum of conversation, the delicate clink of silverware, and the gentle strains of the string quartet. The room glows, polished wood, pristine linen, candlelight shimmering in crystal. The air carries the faint scent of roasted meats and warm bread. The kitchen is run by some of Europe's finest chefs, masters of French technique and British refinement. Every dish is a miniature masterpiece, seasoned perfectly, plated like art, and served as if each guest is the most important person on board. Tonight, I order vol au vent financier for my entree, then roast lamb with mint sauce, and of course, crème brûlée for dessert. Perhaps a refreshing punch romaine between courses. Everything gleams. Every fork sits exactly where it should. Even the butter looks smug. As I dine, I chat with other ladies and gentlemen at nearby tables. Conversation ranges from politics and stock markets to art, weather, and whether Paris or Vienna boasts the better opera. It's always Paris, but I let the Austrian couple have their moment, since I am so gracious and elegantly polite. By 8:30 p.m., dinner winds down. Guests drift toward the decks or the lounges. I make straight onto the deck for the open air. On the Titanic, there's the first-class smoking room, a gentleman-only sanctuary for cigars, cards, and brandy. But elsewhere on board, women light up freely, even in the dining saloon, which means the air is already thick with tobacco before dessert even arrives. Part of me wants to lean over to the woman at the next table and shout, "Secondhand smoke is dangerous. This is indoors. We're both going to get lung cancer." But then I remember, It's the 1920s. No one knows. There are no gruesome cigarette packages with photos of rotten teeth or gangrenous toes to warn people. And besides, shouting would earn me bewildered stares and risk smudging the foundation I spent an hour perfecting. That would be the true tragedy. The smell clings to the air like invisible wallpaper. Each exhale is a tiny assault on my nostrils. My corset, laced so tightly that it limits my breathing, becomes an accidental lung protector, allowing only shallow breaths. I suppose that means I'm merely courting pharyngeal cancer, not cancer deep in my lung. How lucky. Still, I clear my throat now and then and wave my fan delicately, like a lace-trimmed air purifier, sweeping the smoke aside. I make sure to do it with the elegance of a butterfly's wing beat, graceful, measured, every inch the refined first-class young lady. Wait, why am I worrying about smoking hazards in a daydream? I suppose it's because I'm a health-conscious person. I exercise regularly and try to eat healthy, yes, even the classic apple-a-day trick. And yes, I'm aware, in Chapter 1, you all saw me slathering a scandalous amount of jam on my toast at breakfast. Not exactly low GI behavior. And not an apple in sight. All right, I said I'd try, didn't I? Life gets hectic, and sometimes you have to compromise. Like this morning, when catching the plane took priority over perfect nutrition. Some weeks, if I'm honest, there are more compromise days than routine days, especially when work gets busy. Still, I do my best. So, fresh apple if possible, apple pie in emergencies. Oh, how I love apple pie. Wait, where was I? Right, fresh air. Finally, I step onto the deck, a pocket of quiet to clear my head and settle my thoughts. The air is crisp, the sea calm, deep, and impossibly beautiful. A crescent moon hangs above, casting a silver pathway across the water. The ocean smells of salt and steel, tinged with a sweetness I can't quite name. The stars scatter like ancient whispers across the black sky. And yet, around my neck, the heart of the ocean outshines them all, blue fire against the velvet night. Then, 9 p.m., the moment. The grandest scene of the day, the formal dance in the first-class lounge. Spotlight, please. A fairy tale, a scene I've rehearsed far too many times in my head as I grew up watching Disney movies. I, Liliko, make my entrance like a mosaic of every Disney princess I've ever adored. Snow White's innocence, Cinderella's grace, Ariel's sense of wonder, Elsa's composure, minus the ice powers. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but let me have this moment, please. After all, this is my daydream. I descend the grand staircase, one hand gliding along the carved oak banister. Above me, the glass dome casts a golden light, making each polished step glow. I feel eyes on me, not envy, but quiet admiration, the kind that lingers without needing to be spoken. The candlelight catches in the folds of my gown, gliding over silk like liquid gold. Every ripple and shadow feels intentional, as if the light itself were in on my secret. Behind me, my train trails with the unhurried grace of the first line in a beloved novel, an opening that invites curiosity, promising the rest of the story will be worth following. Each step I take seems to turn a page, and in this moment, I am both the storyteller and the tale. The first-class dining saloon is no longer for dinner. It's now a ballroom. Chandeliers shimmer overhead. The orchestra plays a lilting waltz. I pause near the musicians, pretending not to notice the glances. A young gentleman steps forward, then another. Each offers a hand, each asks for a dance. Will I accept? Gloved hand extended, allowing a kiss on the fingertips, before gliding across the floor like a woman made of music? Or will I wait for Jack to emerge from the crowd? Leonardo DiCaprio, young, impossibly handsome. That look, like he's already writing poetry with his eyes. Those eyes, that quiet mischief, that reckless romantic hope. How could anyone resist? I sigh, fingertips brushing the heart of the ocean. Back to reality. Excuse me, miss. What would you like for lunch? I blink, slowly returning to the present. My fingers are still resting delicately on my chest, as if clutching the heart of the ocean. Most gladly, I murmur. Vol au vent financière for entrée, followed by roast lamb with mint sauce and crème brûlée for dessert. I say it with the poise of a first-class passenger and the awareness of someone only half awake. The flight attendant blinks back. We have chicken pasta or beef curry, she replies. And a tub of yogurt. No crème brûlée, I'm afraid. I jolt from my Titanic first-class daydream straight back into Qantas economy reality. My cheeks flush. Oh, embarrassed. Chicken pasta, please. As I unwrap the foil lid and peel back the plastic film, I feel so embarrassed and yet can't stop laughing quietly to myself. Here I am, seated in economy, ordering like I'm dining at the Ritz. Daydreams really do have a mind of their own. But hey, dreaming doesn't cost extra. And this one was first class all the way. How delightful it is, slipping into a fantasy, twirling in the spotlight, playing the Disney princesses I grew up admiring and dreaming to be. But alas, it's time to drop anchor for tonight. My Titanic daydream has carried me far, and the clock has sailed ahead without me noticing. Rest assured, we'll continue this voyage soon, right where the tide last carried us. If you enjoyed sailing through this little escape with me, please subscribe and tap the bell so you'll be here when our next chapter sets sail. And if you'd like to keep this little friendship afloat, please like this video and share it with others. Good night. Have a sweet and wonderful dream. Point 5. In-flight reverie continues. Thank you for coming back to my bedtime mumbles. Sorry, I got carried away in the last video, daydreaming about myself as Rose, living the life of a first-class passenger on a Titanic-style ship, in the spotlight, descending the grand staircase like a Disney princess. How nice. How wonderful. And then, of course, that incident, ordering a 3-course meal from the flight attendant, casually requesting a serving of crème brûlée for dessert. I felt like sneaking into the aircraft lavatory and hiding for the rest of the flight. Though this might be considered a serious inconvenience to other passengers with urgent nature calls and quite possibly a breach of Civil Aviation Safety Regulation, CASR, Part 121, Carriage of Passengers, which strongly discourages prolonged, non-essential occupation of the lavatory. Anyway, enough recap. Let's get back to our flight from Melbourne to Tokyo. Back to our imaginary trip if we were traveling 100 years ago on a Titanic-style voyage. I'll admit, I had a wonderful time imagining myself as Rose, traveling as first-class passenger. But now, looking at the tiny seatback screen directly in front of me and the plastic meal tray beneath it, decidedly not silver-plated, I have to be honest, if I were boarding the Titanic, I'd be far more likely to be Jack than Rose. So let's set aside the wild, out-of-my-league fantasy and slip into something more realistic. Still a daydream, yes, just one with at least one toe dipped in reality. So, goodbye, my elegant Edwardian lady suit. Farewell, my sparkling violet silk gown. And most reluctantly, farewell to my beloved heart of the ocean necklace. Oh, that necklace really is stunning. Okay, here I am now. Jack, third class, steerage. No porters, no grand trunks, no string quartet. Just me, a worn satchel, and maybe a pencil to sketch fellow passengers in exchange for a few coins. In Titanic 1997, when Rose steps out of the 1912 Renault Type CB Coupe de Ville at the dock, her first impression of the ship is underwhelming. She looks up at the towering hull and says, "I don't see what all the fuss is about." For her, it's just another luxury liner in a long list of voyages. Jack's first impression? We never really get one. Why? Because at that exact moment, he and his friend Fabrizio were buried in smoke and noise inside a cramped Southampton bar. Elbows on the table, eyes locked on two Swedish sailors, Olaf and Sven. Wait, not those Olaf and Sven. Not the snowman and the reindeer from 2013 Disney movie Frozen. Wrong movie. Different studio. I mean the other Olaf and Sven, the Swedish sailors from 1997 movie Titanic. Yes, you two. Good. All right, back to the story. Jack's at the table, his whole body tense, eyes burning with focus. The stakes? Higher than any poker game he's ever played. A few coins, a battered old watch, a Swiss Army pocket knife. But above all, 2 third-class tickets aboard the Titanic. A one-way pass to America, a fresh start. This wasn't just cards. This was destiny in the shuffle. Winner takes it all, future included. The cards slap down, Jack's full house against Sven's 2 pairs. This winning hand will carry Jack back home to America and take his friend Fabrizio toward his very first glimpse of the new world. However, there was no time left for them to celebrate. With less than 5 minutes to departure, Jack and Fabrizio bolt through the streets, reach the dock breathless, and scramble aboard in the nick of time. No slow-motion glances, no poetic pause, just a mad dash fueled by a lucky hand, fresh tickets, and the promise of a life ahead. Back to my imaginary voyage. If I was traveling 100 years ago from Melbourne to Tokyo as a steerage passenger, what would be my first impression, standing on the dock and looking up at this floating city? I'm not much of a gambler, and I certainly wouldn't risk my ticket to the new world in a poker game. My ticket would be kept somewhere safe, tucked deep inside my coat or hidden in my boot if needed. I'd arrive on time, probably early, queuing patiently, with plenty of moments to simply look. From the dock, the Titanic-style ocean liner would tower above me like an entire city tipped on its side, gleaming in the morning sun. Her 4 funnels would stand like proud sentinels. Polished brass would catch the light in sharp flashes. Gangways would stretch toward her flanks like bridges to another world. I'd feel small, but in the best way. The kind of small that reminds you you're about to become part of something much bigger than yourself. This wouldn't just be a ship, it would be a promise of movement, of horizons unfolding, of stepping into a future I could only dream about. From Melbourne to Yokohama, across the Pacific, south to north, this vessel would carry me to a place I'd never been, in a way I'd never traveled. I'd be giddy, thrilled, and just the tiniest bit awestruck. Of course, the class segregation would start before boarding. On the Titanic, first-class passengers strolled up their own spacious gangway, welcomed by liveried stewards and floral arrangements. Second class had their own modest but dignified entrance, and third class, steerage, queued in long lines, funneled into narrow gangways after enduring document checks, ticket inspections, and even lice examinations. Yes, if you were steerage, you were checked for lice before boarding. Fail and you were denied entry. Meanwhile, first and second class passengers, and even their dogs, skipped this entirely. Fair? No. Predictable? Absolutely. Jack avoided this indignity entirely by arriving at the very last moment. Me? I'd be in that line with everyone else, having my hair and beard checked for lice. And me? With a beard? Now that would be a fun side adventure. Sadly, we don't have time for that in this chapter, though, who knows, maybe we'll save it for a future spin-off. Come to think of it, in Titanic, Jack is just a nobody. No fine clothes, no fortune, crammed into steerage with 3 other men. Meanwhile, Rose reclines in a first-class suite the size of a small apartment, complete with ocean views and a private balcony in the ship's VIP wing. And yet, somehow, this broke artist outshines the millionaire fiancé, Cal Hockley, the Pittsburgh Steel heir who already holds her hand in engagement, and steals Rose's heart as if wealth and status never mattered at all. How does he do it? From today's perspective, Jack could easily be considered a grandmaster-level pickup artist, qualified to have his own YouTube channel, a massive Instagram following, and maybe even a book deal. Title? Easy. How to draw her like one of your French girls, the Jack Dawson method. So what's his secret? Let's see if the techniques that worked a century ago could still pass the test of time. Number 1. Appearance is everything. You can't have love at first sight if you don't like the sight. Leonardo DiCaprio in his 20s was outrageously charming. No wonder he kept showing up on top 15 most handsome men in the world lists, year after year. A slight wink could make your heart flutter. A gentle smile could melt it completely. Renee Zellweger as Dorothy Boyd sums it up perfectly in Jerry Maguire with her now iconic line, "You had me at hello." The truth is, Tom Cruise didn't need that long, heart-melting, "you complete me" monologue. The whole 5-minute speech was unnecessary. With someone as hot and magnetic as Cruise, Dorothy had already said yes in her heart the moment he appeared in the doorway. So yes, a cute face worked in 1912, and it still works today, whether it's Jack Dawson on the deck of the Titanic or Jerry Maguire in a living room in 1996. Now, let's not start a fan war over who's cuter, Leonardo or Tom in their 20s. Otherwise, we'll be here forever, and I'll end up writing Chapter 3.75 In-Flight Reverie Continues, yet again, turning this into a full-blown trilogy. Number 2. Praise, and plenty of it. Compliments are free, yet they've always been the true currency of romance. In Titanic, Jack proves it again and again with Rose. One of the most memorable moments comes during a quiet conversation on the deck, when he looks at her and says, "You're the most amazingly astounding woman that I've ever known." Who wouldn't want to hear something like that? It's flattering, yes, but it goes far beyond appearance. Jack isn't just admiring Rose's beauty, he's recognizing her spirit, her curiosity, and the way she sees the world differently from the shallow high society people around her. It's one of the most direct and heartfelt affirmations he gives her, and it's exactly the kind of sincere praise that helps him win her heart. It was like tapping out Morse code straight to the heart. No wires, no translation, just an instant connection. A recognition of her worth that made her smile in a way no diamond necklace ever could. And here's the secret of Jack's success. He had no fortune, no title, no mansion to offer Rose. What he did have was boyish charm, quick humor, and a steady stream of genuine praise. Together, they worked like Mario grabbing a superstar. Suddenly, he was invincible as Super Mario, racing past every obstacle, even Cal, with all his money and status. Jack's praise wasn't just a line, it was a lifeline, and that's what won him her heart. The remarkable thing is, what worked in 1912 still works today. A century later, praise hasn't gone out of style. Technology shifts, fashion changes, but the power of a sincere compliment remains timeless. Whether you're standing on the deck of the Titanic or swiping right on Bumble. Number 3. Doing something unforgettable together. Do something truly memorable together, and you'll never forget each other. Take that bow of the Titanic scene. Jack leads Rose to the rail, hands steady on hers as he guides her to stand on the edge. He's behind her, not in the creepy stranger way, but in the I've got you way. The wind sweeps her hair back, brushing against his face. For a moment, they move as one. Rose stretches her arms wide, excited. I'm flying, Jack, I'm flying. And for those few seconds, she is. Then comes the kiss. Not forced, not awkward, just perfectly timed. The kind of moment you can't script without it sounding cheesy, yet somehow it works. A textbook example of couples who adventure together, stay together. After that, her heart was his, because, honestly, what girl wouldn't want an experience like that? Standing high above the sea, breeze in your hair, dolphins racing in the wake, strong arms around your waist. Even with gale force wind, you wouldn't be afraid. Not when the man you love is holding you steady. Together you can face anything, even the chasm between a penniless artist and a girl with a private balcony suite on sea deck, by the way, with ocean views and a personal promenade. No wonder it became the movie's most iconic image. Romantic adventure worked in 1912. It still works now. But here's the thing. Not every memorable shared moment belongs in the Romance Hall of Fame. Some belong in the What Were We Thinking Museum instead. Case in point, the spitting scene. Yes, technically it's also something special they shared, though not one I'd recommend for anyone's first date. In the movie, Jack shows Rose how to spit like a man, leaning over the rail. It's light, silly, oddly bonding, but also a terrible idea in real life. Why? Because outside of cinema magic, it's unsanitary at best and a health risk at worst, especially in a world only recently emerged from the shadow of COVID-19, where thermal screenings still glare at us in airports. Add to that the law. In Australia, public spitting can still earn you fines of up to $500. And frankly, even if you've got Leonardo DiCaprio's 1997 heartthrob face, a string of spit dangling from your chin is not the look. Imagine if, in the bow scene, Rose turned to kiss Jack and saw a sticky drop still clinging there. Yikes. That's not romance, that's a fear factor challenge. She'd need more courage to kiss him than to leap across the gaping social canyon between private promenade suite and bottom bunk in steerage. In 1912, Rose's mother had vowed to squash Jack like a bug after seeing them together spitting. Fast forward 100 years, and a modern mom wouldn't just frown. She'd march into your date, kidnap her daughter on the spot, and have a lawyer file a restraining order keeping you 10 kilometers away. Moral of the story: choose your special shared experiences wisely. Sea breeze on the face? Yes. Spit on the face? Absolutely not. Number 4. Showing your confidence. Confidence is the best outfit. Rock it and own it. Jack is totally confident. He walks into every interaction with quiet self-assurance. Even when he's surrounded by first-class wealth, fine china, and etiquette that probably demands 3 different forks just for the salad, he doesn't shrink, and he doesn't puff himself up to look important either. His confidence isn't about bragging, it's in how he carries himself. Take the scene on the promenade. Rose is wrapped in layers of first-class elegance. Jack strolls beside her in his simple clothes, hands in his pockets, talking to her like they're equals. No tiptoeing, no exaggerated charm, just easy, genuine presence. Or the famous dinner in the first-class dining saloon, surrounded by polished silver, crystal glasses, and tuxedos worth more than his life savings. Jack still leans back in his chair, tells stories about fishing in Lake Wissota, and raises a toast to making it count. No pretense, no visible nerves, just Jack relaxed, real, and impossible to ignore. These days, nothing attracts like confidence. It's the secret ingredient that makes people feel safe, curious, and willing to follow your lead. Just look at Elon Musk, often in nothing more than a black t-shirt and jeans, yet when he talks about colonizing Mars, investors line up to back him. That's confidence at work. And with 14 kids and counting, it seems the same strategy works just as well in romance as it does on the launch pad. For a nobody sketch artist like Jack, with all these buffs stacked in his skill tree, he's arguably more of a pickup artist than a sketch artist. No wonder he wins Rose's heart so easily. Now, back to my own journey. Me, an actual nobody sketch artist from Melbourne, imagining what it would be like to travel to Tokyo in the 1920s. Without Leonardo DiCaprio's good looks or silver-tongued charm, what would life be like for me in steerage on a Titanic-style voyage? Okay, let's begin in the morning. No Ritz, no Café Parisien. So where am I going for breakfast? A steerage feast. Down on F-deck, tucked near the stern of the ship, was the third-class dining saloon, my culinary kingdom for the journey. Nothing fancy, but it had its charm. 2 big rooms divided by a wall, one for single men, the other for families and women. We sat shoulder to shoulder on long wooden benches, eating off enamel dishes at plain tables. No tablecloths or silver spoons here. Meals came in shifts, since there weren't enough seats for everyone at once. Stewards brought the food in bulk, scooping it out onto plates like a school canteen. No menus, no waiters, just simple, hearty fare meant to fill us up and keep us going. It wasn't elegance, but it was warm, well-fed for the fare we paid. Breakfast, a steaming bowl of porridge, thick, sticky, barely sweet, 2 slices of bread with butter melting slowly, maybe a boiled potato or a slice of smoked herring, a mug of strong, bitter tea, and if the steward felt generous, a spoonful of marmalade. Dinner, the main meal of the day, rice soup to start, then thick slices of roast beef drowning in gravy, with sweet corn and boiled potatoes on the side. A dense biscuit, a wedge of plum pudding swimming in sauce, fruit, if any had survived the journey. Supper, cold meats, pickles, cheese, stewed figs with rice, thick bread, weak tea, no creme brulee, of course. But there was flavor, there was comfort, and it was enough. A day in steerage. Mornings start early in third class, the creak of bunks, the shuffle of footsteps. I splash my face with cold water from the shared sink at the end of the corridor and head up to the deck for a breath of sea air. Our slice of deck isn't grand. In fact, it's barely a slice at all. But the wind is free, the sky is endless, and the sea doesn't check what ticket you hold. Out here, nobody cares if you've got a private promenade or a bunk wedged under a pipe. The horizon is the same for all of us. I bring my sketchbook and capture the faces around me. A mother and baby wrapped in shawls, 2 brothers leaning over the rail plotting their future in New York like they already own half of it. Sometimes I trade sketches for stories, cheap portraits, free gossip. When the chill sets in, I head for the third-class general room. On the Titanic, this was our multi-purpose everything room. Lounge, nursery, games hall, you name it. Tucked away on sea deck near the stern, with plain pine walls and teak benches, it wasn't luxurious, but it beat staring at the inside of your bunk all day. Unlike first class, where parties are scheduled and orchestrated after dinner, here we dance whenever the mood strikes. 3 men pop open a bottle of beer. That's enough to start a celebration. Someone plucks a fiddle string, and suddenly the floorboards transform into a stage. Tap dance, line dance, circle dance, it doesn't matter. The room comes alive. We clap, we stomp, we dance. Everybody joins in, Irish, Italian, Swedish, it makes no difference. The language of stomping is universal. And then, there she is, Rose, standing in the doorway like an angel who accidentally took a wrong turn at the grand staircase and ended up here, in our noisy, joyful little paradise below deck. I rush to her, and before anyone can blink, we're twirling under the amber lights, so hard it feels like the music itself is holding us. A reel flows into a jig. We stumble into steps neither of us knows, inventing our own dance as the chaos spins us faster. The tune grows wilder, the room blurs, and still we keep laughing. The music pauses, our eyes meet. No words, no speeches, just pure joy, ecstasy, and the deep, quiet gratitude of having found each other at last. Then the next song strikes its first note, and she does something extraordinary. With a grin, Rose slips off her shoes and climbs right onto the table, her skirt swaying as the crowd erupts in cheers. Rose dances with the music. Her face glows with fire, for love, for freedom, for everything she has been holding back. And then, just for a moment, she rises on her toes, lifting herself as if she might take flight. It isn't ballet, it isn't rehearsed. It's raw, untamed, her stance for freedom made flesh. She is free, finally. Could an elegant upper-class girl truly fall for a third-class dreamer? Would they have found their happily ever after if Titanic had never kissed that iceberg? I don't know. History doesn't grant us rewrites, and no one can glimpse the future with certainty. But in this moment, none of that matters. In this moment, our laughter is real. Our hearts are in sync. The dreamer and the soul who for the first time has allowed herself to dream and to be free. Closing the curtain. At night, I lie in my bunk and listen to the hum of the engines. No maid, no Turkish baths, no punch ronaine. But I'm surrounded by breath and hope. Steerage wasn't luxury, but it was filled with community and possibility. We all looked ahead, to the shore, to a new life, to a better future. Jack once stood at the bow of the Titanic, arms wide, shouting, "I'm the king of the world!" Pure joy, pure hope. Nowadays, you can't stand on the nose cone of the airplane and do that. Well, you can, but you will be immediately arrested for violating civil aviation regulations. Still, back then, 100 years ago, you could stand at the very front of a ship, let your voice ride the wind across the ocean, sending your dreams ahead of you, to wherever the ship was going, to a future that just might be brighter. Third-class cabins were small, but the dreams, enormous. The journey wasn't just about crossing oceans, it was about crossing into a new life. A century ago, first class could cost 200 to 300 British pounds. That's more than a whole year's salary. A third-class ticket might cost 50 British pounds, still a quarter of a factory worker's annual income. But if you were brave, you paid it gladly for the hope of something better. Today, from Melbourne to Tokyo is a mere 10 hours. What once took 4 to 6 weeks is now achievable in a single day. And yet, somehow, the sense of wonder remains. We are very lucky to live in the 21st century. I whisper it to myself. Very lucky indeed. Then I scroll through the in-flight movies. I browse through the classics, and of course, there it is. Titanic. I press play. As the familiar score swells and the ship glides into a sunset of memory and myth, that old ache stirs again. Jack. Rose. The necklace, sinking through cold, endless water. I close my eyes, and in my mind I'm back at the bow. Wind rushing past, arms wide, voice carried out across the waves. Sending my dreams ahead of me, just as voyagers did a century ago. No matter their ticket class. Aboard a floating city breaking waves, chasing horizons, crossing an endless sea, to wherever the ship was going. Toward the place they longed for. Toward a brighter tomorrow. The hum of the engines fades into the steady breath of the cabin around me. No more weeks at sea, just hours in the air. Very lucky indeed. And with that quiet comfort, I let the sea take me into sleep. Thank you for staying with me through tonight's bedtime mumble. It means so much to know I'm keeping you quiet company at the end of your day. I hope this little story brought you a touch of calm and helped soften the edges of your thoughts before sleep. If it did, you're always welcome to come back, whether to this chapter or to one of my other bedtime mumbles. Think of these videos as a gentle place you can return to whenever you need it, tonight, tomorrow, or any evening when your mind feels a little too full. Here you can always find a story, a smile, and a bit of peace to carry you into dreamland. If you'd like to join me for the next chapter of our journey, please consider subscribing to this channel. And don't forget to tap the little bell so you'll be gently reminded whenever a new story arrives. Good night. Have a sweet and wonderful dream. 4. Night in Tokyo. Welcome back to Liliko Bedtime Mumble. I'm Liliko, a girl from Melbourne, Australia who loves to ponder and daydream. I love movies, I love food, I love traveling, and I love sketching. This channel is my place to mumble before bed, where I wander slowly through memories and travel stories until my thoughts grow calm and I can rest peacefully. I'm so glad you could join me. Hopefully, like me, you'll end the night with a gentle smile, a quiet mind, and a sweet dream waiting for you as you drift off. Tonight, you're with me on the 4th chapter of my journey, from my quiet home in Melbourne all the way to my grandmother's house in Toyama, Japan. Now, if you joined me for Chapter 3 and, well, Chapter 3.5, you'll remember why it became 2 chapters. Yes, I forgot to set the alarm, and my Titanic daydream carried me far beyond schedule. But what a lovely escape it was. I still smile just thinking about it. Descending the grand staircase like a fairy tale princess in a sparkling violet gown, the heart of the ocean cool and heavy against my neck. Or stepping out of a 1912 Renault Type CB Coupe de Ville, dressed in a crisp white Edwardian suit, porters trailing behind with an impossible number of trunks. Quite the spectacle. Every girl's princess wish granted, if only in a dream. If you missed it, Do visit Chapter 3 and 3.5. I promise you'll enjoy the glamour. Then a mischievous thought struck me. What if I had snuck a slice of modern fashion onto that 1920s voyage? A high-slit dress, a short skirt, stilettos sharp enough to pierce the deck? Imagine the scandal. Gentlemen dropping cigars mid-puff, ladies gasping so hard their pearls might snap, and some even fainting straight into their oysters, face first, right onto silver plates. The whole saloon in chaos over a daring hemline. No doubt whispers would spread that I was too poor to afford a proper gown, since no respectable lady would wear so little fabric. But oh, what delicious fun it would have been, turning fashion into theater, shocking an entire room with just a swish of silk. Still, as delightful as it is to stay lost among jewels and gowns, our story must move on. From Melbourne skies, we journey toward Toyama, where my grandmother waits for me. Let's continue where we left off. After drifting out of my Titanic daydream and finishing the movie itself, I finally surrendered to sleep. By the time I woke, the cabin lights were dim and the dinner service was just beginning. This time, I behaved myself. No three-course ordering with all the confidence of a first-class passenger on the Titanic. I simply asked for the standard tray like everyone else, foil lid and all. It felt oddly grounding, almost reassuring. After dinner, I put on another movie. It was fun, light, and kept me entertained, but I won't reveal the title or give away the plot. If I do, I'll start rambling, and before I know it, this bedtime mumble would spiral into a midnight lecture. Best to keep that treasure locked away for another night. Meanwhile, outside the window, the world was changing. The sun had begun its slow descent, soft streaks of orange and rose spilling across the endless horizon. We were flying closer to Japan, and I could feel the shift, like stepping from one chapter into the next. Our plane touched down just before 7 p.m. Outside, the air was warm with a last breath of sunlight in mid-June. The city was alive yet gentle tonight, buzzing with quiet energy, as if Tokyo itself were whispering a welcome. After disembarking, I collect my suitcase from the revolving baggage carousel. There's something grounding about that moment. The soft thud as the suitcase lands in my hand, the quiet confirmation that I've truly arrived. The terminal hums with voices and the clatter of rolling luggage, neon signs glowing steadily above the customs counters. Narita Airport is just as I remembered, bright, clean, efficient, and full of quiet motion. It feels like Japan's welcome card, neat, graceful, and unmistakably familiar. Before heading out, I stop by a kiosk to purchase a prepaid SIM card and slide it into my phone. A few seconds later, the signal bars flicker to life. Suddenly, I feel reconnected, not just digitally, but emotionally. With a small breath of anticipation, I call Grandma. The moment she answers, I feel a wave of relief ripple through the line, as if she'd been holding her breath all morning. Her voice is warm and slightly shaky with happiness, familiar, like the scent of tatami in summer. I tell her I've just arrived safely to Japan. Although I can't see her, I can clearly picture her standing by the kitchen window, apron tied neatly around her waist, something gently simmering behind her. I'm sure she's already preparing something special for my arrival. When I ask what she's cooking, she chuckles and insists on keeping it a secret. Grandma can be a little mischievous like that. It only makes me more curious and all the more excited. Originally, I had planned to catch a train straight to Toyama tonight, arriving just past midnight, exhausted but eager. But Grandma insisted not. As much as she wants to see me, she doesn't want me rushing like this. No need to rush. Safety first. Late is better than never, she told me on the phone last week, and reminds me again now with the same steady care. I know she's right. It would have been too much. Tight connections, heavy luggage, and walking alone through quiet streets past midnight. So I booked a place in Tokyo for the night as she insisted. I'll travel at my own pace tomorrow. Still, in this brief exchange, I can hear how much she's missed me. Her love is folded into every word, tucked gently between her worry and her firmness. And I smile, knowing we're just one sunrise away. Narita is located about 80 kilometers from central Tokyo. Despite the distance, there are several convenient options to get into the city. The Narita Express train, the Keisei Skyliner, local trains, and the airport limousine bus. I choose the limousine bus. It's not really a limousine, but it's spacious and comfortable. After a long flight, what I want most is to sit quietly and watch the world roll by. The bus takes around 70 to 90 minutes to reach Tokyo Station, depending on traffic, and it offers a moment to rest while the city slowly reveals itself. Everyone lines up in perfect order at the boarding stop. The staff, dressed crisply, tag each piece of luggage and load them carefully into the undercarriage compartment. No rush, no shouting, just quiet precision. When it's time to board, passengers move in a calm line. I take the very front seat, right beside the door, partly for the view, partly because it feels like I'm starting my Tokyo chapter from the front row. The driver is a middle-aged man with kind eyes. He greets me with a polite bow. Konbanwa, I say with a bow. Good evening. Eigo daijoubu desu ka? Is it okay in English? He smiles and replies, a little. Japanese is fine too. I laugh softly, speak in mixed Japanese and English. I'll try. My Japanese isn't great. I'm half Japanese, and I grew up mostly overseas. He nods with understanding and asks kindly, are you going to Tokyo? Yes, I answer, but tomorrow I'm heading to Toyama to visit my grandmother. Ah, that sounds wonderful. Is she doing well? I hope so, I say, then add, it's been a while since I last saw her. She sounded genki, healthy when we spoke on the phone. The driver chuckles. Toyama is a nice place. Clean air, fresh water. You'll feel genki there too. Yes, it's really lovely, I agree. He nods again. Very nice place. Maybe I'll retire there someday. Then you might end up as Grandma's neighbor. I may be seeing you next time I visit Toyama, I say with a grin. We both laugh, and as the bus pulls away from the curb, our quiet laughter blends with the rhythm of the road. By the time I arrive at Tokyo Station's Yaezu North exit, it's 9:30 p.m. The sky is now dark, and the city glows with a soft shimmer of neon and window light. Tokyo Station at night feels both vast and intimate, its tiled floors echoing with footsteps, its exits flickering with late-night wanderers. I retrieve my suitcase and wave goodbye to the driver, who bows as the doors close behind him. My stomach growls. I haven't eaten since that early plane dinner at 5 p.m., and now my stomach is staging a protest. How could I dare stay hungry in Japan, the land of delicious food? That would be a crime against my father's nation. and a serious betrayal of my poor stomach. I open Google Maps and type one word: ramen. A familiar name pops up: Rokurinsha, located in Tokyo Ramen Street, underground on the B1F level of the station. And surprisingly, there's still a queue. Back in Melbourne, restaurants usually close by 9. A queue at this hour is rare, but Tokyo runs on different rhythms. Maybe people here eat late, or maybe the ramen is just that good. And in Asia, if you're unsure where to eat, just follow the queue. Your patience will be rewarded. Restaurants with long queues are almost always delicious. So I queue. Waiting with quiet anticipation, stomach grumbling in harmony with my thoughts. Like many ramen shops in Japan, Rokurinsha uses a ticket vending machine. When you're close to the front of the line, a female staff member gestures kindly and invites you to purchase your meal. Their signature dish is tokusei tsukemen. In Japanese, tokusei tsukemen means special deluxe dipping noodles. It's a style of ramen where the noodles and broth are served separately, offering a unique and interactive eating experience. The thick, chilled noodles are dipped into a concentrated hot broth right before each bite, creating a contrast of temperature and texture that's central to the dish. Let's explore the components more closely. Tsukemen. At its core, tsukemen is a variation of ramen where, instead of having everything in one bowl, the noodles are served on their own, and the broth comes in a separate bowl. Diners dip the noodles into the broth with each bite, which keeps the noodles firm and chewy throughout the meal. Tokusei. The word tokusei signals something special or house recommended. It typically indicates a premium version of the dish, often featuring upgraded ingredients such as additional toppings or a more refined, complex broth. Noodles. Tsukemen noodles are distinctively thick and have a springy, chewy texture. They're usually served cold or at room temperature to enhance that texture and provide a refreshing contrast to the warm broth. Dipping broth. The broth served with tsukemen is much richer and more concentrated than standard ramen soup. It's often crafted from a base of pork bones, chicken, and seafood like dried bonito or sardines, resulting in a deep umami flavor with a thicker consistency designed to cling to the noodles. Without hesitation, I ordered the tokusei tsukemen with a nitamago, a soft-boiled egg. The female staff member led me to a seat that had just been cleaned. I am starving. The smell of delicious noodles and broth makes me hungrier. Very soon my order arrived. A bowl of thick, chilled noodles, an extra nitamago, and a separate bowl of hot, savory dipping broth, rich with minced pork, bonito powder, seaweed, and slices of chashu, braised pork. A small dish of seasoned menma, which is bamboo shoots, sits on the side. Everything is served in traditional Japanese ceramic ware, simple, beautiful, and purposeful. I pick up a small portion of noodles with my chopsticks, dip them into the steaming broth, and take a bite. Oh, it's heavenly! The firm, cool noodles contrast with the hot, creamy broth. Each bite is a balance of texture and flavor. The nitamago is perfect. The golden yolk melts gently in my mouth, rich, warm, slightly sweet. The broth is bold and deeply savory. The little sheet of nori clings gently to a noodle strand. Everything comes together in harmony. After finishing the noodles, I pour a little soup wari, a lighter broth, into my dipping bowl, turning it into a gentle, drinkable soup. It's not just dinner, it's an experience, a lesson in patience, depth, and comfort. Full and content, I step out of Rokurinsha with my metaphorical batteries recharged. It's already too late to push onward to Toyama tonight, so with the most urgent matter settled, my stomach no longer crying out in hunger, it's time to find the place I'll be resting. Google Maps guides me through quiet streets to my pre-booked ryokan, a traditional Japanese inn tucked away not far from the station. A ryokan is a special kind of accommodation, cherished for its tatami-matted floors, sliding shoji doors, futon bedding, and gentle hospitality. The wooden door slides open with a soft thump. Paper lanterns sway gently outside. An elderly innkeeper, her gray hair tied neatly in a bun, greets me with a deep bow. "Irashaimase," she says warmly. I check in and hand over my ID. She accepts it politely with both hands, her smile kind and reassuring. After registration, she guides me toward my room with quiet grace. I slide open the door and step inside. Despite the busyness of Tokyo just beyond, here is a small oasis of stillness. The air is warm, carrying the faint scent of hinoki wood and fresh tatami straw. I remove my shoes and slip into the provided house slippers, their soft soles whispering across the floor as I move. A futon bed rests neatly on clean tatami mats. Shoji screens slide open to reveal the muted glow of the street outside. On a low wooden table, a ceramic cup of green tea waits beside a small plate of umeboshi, pickled plums, tart and inviting. I sit cross-legged and breathe it all in. The scent, the silence, the simplicity. There's a peace here that feels uniquely Japanese, a kind of hospitality that goes beyond service. Everything is clean, neat, and quietly intentional. Every gesture polite, every detail designed to make you feel less like a customer and more like an honored guest. It isn't luxury in the loud or glittering sense. It's something softer, deeper. A calm that lets the noise of the world fall away, as though someone has gently drawn the curtains on distraction. For the first time all day, my mind settles into stillness. I feel the urge to capture this moment, so I reach for my sketchbook. Yes, it would be easier to just snap a photo with my phone, but a photo would never hold what I want to remember. I'm not a photographer, and if I were, I wouldn't rely on a phone camera anyway. I'd come armed with something like a Canon EOS R5, paired with a Canon RF 28 to 70mm f2.L lens. That red ring of prestige around the glass, able to catch details sharper than the naked eye. The grain of the tatami, the way lantern light bends through the shoji screens. But I don't have the budget for such gear, and even if I did, I don't have the photographer's eye, the instinct to crouch or tilt at the perfect angle to coax a scene into its best frame. I'm simply a girl who likes drawing, not Jack Dawson in Titanic, sketching for a living, just me, someone who enjoys pencil and paper, letting each line carry a fragment of feeling. A sketch may lack the vivid precision of a high-resolution image, but it holds something else, a trace of presence. It's like putting together an IKEA table yourself. You could buy one pre-assembled, but there's a certain pride in the work of your own hands, a quiet satisfaction in the craft. Each shadow, each stroke carries not only the shape of this room, but also my mood, my breath, my stillness tonight. And when I look back at it later, I'll be able to step back into this moment, not just see it, but feel it again. I begin to draw. The decorations on the wall, the silhouette of the teacup on the low table, the long shadows cast by the paper lantern across the tatami floor. I reach for a few colored pencils, soft ochre for the lantern's glow, muted green for the tea, faint rose for the plum. The colors aren't exact, but they carry the essence, quiet, restful, still. When I pause and look at the sketch, a wave of memory rushes in, and suddenly I miss Grandma again. I remember being 5, spending summer holidays at her home. I loved drawing then too, though back then it was crayons, not pencils. During the day I'd run outside, chasing dragonflies across the rice paddies, watching a gray heron stand motionless in the shallows, or following painted lady butterflies as they fluttered over the canna flowers. And at night, I would draw them all. My lines were wobbly, my colors far too bold, but when I finished, I'd hold each picture proudly with both hands, run into the kitchen, and show Grandma. Even if my heron's legs bent at impossible angles, or my dragonfly had only 2 wings instead of 4, she would smile, nod, and praise me. Then she'd pin the drawing to the fridge with a magnet, right alongside the others, stroke my hair gently, and ask me to make her another tomorrow. I wish I could do the same now, to carry this sketch to her, hold it up high, and hear her voice again, soft and encouraging, feel her warm hand on my head. But here, in this quiet ryokan room in the middle of Tokyo, there is no living room, no kitchen. There is only me and this sketch. A small sadness lingers. I've flown thousands of kilometers, over oceans, through clouds, across time zones to reach this point. Just 400 more, and I'll finally be in her arms again. Closer now, but not quite there yet. I open my notebook and let the words spill out. Miles apart, yet close at heart. In dreams, we're never far. The road leads back to where you are. Guided by Polaris, shining afar. Soon the distance matters not, and love will bind us, never to part. I set down my pen and sit quietly, lost in thought. Back home in Australia, in the southern hemisphere, we don't see Polaris. Instead, we find our way by the Southern Cross. I still remember vividly the first time I learned how to locate true south using that constellation. On a trip to Uluru, the great red heart of Australia. Unlike the sky in Tokyo, where light pollution blurs the heavens so badly that even on the clearest nights, only Sirius and a handful of stars break through, the skies above Uluru are untouched. Out there, the night is a velvet canvas scattered with diamonds. The Milky Way sweeps across the black like a river of light, countless stars spilling in a stream so bright it feels alive. It's magical, unforgettable. But that's a story for another day. Now I'm in the northern hemisphere, and here it is Polaris that becomes our guide. Steady and unwavering, it marks true north, a point sailors, wanderers, and dreamers alike have trusted for centuries. To find their destination, to find their way home. I glance outside the window. Tokyo glows like a sea of neon. street lamps, billboards, and tower lights blending into one endless shimmer. The sky is cloudy, and where it clears, the haze from the city still drowns out the stars. I can't see the moon, nor make out a single constellation. But I know Polaris is still up there, beyond the clouds, beyond the glare, quietly holding its place in the night. No matter where you are, whether you follow the Southern Cross or the North Star, we all need something steady, something faithful, something that lights the way home. Maybe that little poem I wrote was just my way of reminding myself. Every mile I travel, every quiet room I pass through is part of the same path, the path that leads back to someone I love. I close my notebook and whisper softly, "Sweet dreams, Grandma. Tomorrow I'll be with you." Tonight I'm not quite home, but I feel safe here, warmed by tea, calmed by stillness, and just one sleep away from her smile. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey, from my home in Melbourne through our 10-hour flight, and hooray, we finally arrived in Japan. Our feet are back on solid ground. The true adventure begins tomorrow when I board the Shinkansen north to Toyama, to Grandma. I've taken the Shinkansen before, but the excitement never fades. Australia doesn't have high-speed rail. Back in Melbourne, we have trams instead, slow, steady, and full of charm. Don't get me wrong, I adore them. On weekends, I'd ride the Route 96 tram to St. Kilda Beach, watching the city roll past until the sea breeze touched my face. There's a kind of comfort in that rhythm. But the Shinkansen is something else entirely. Quiet, sleek, impossibly fast, carrying you across vast distances in the time it takes for a tram to cross town. Every time I board one, it feels a little like stepping into the future. And every time, I can't help but smile. There are so many more stories still to mumble about, but those will come in the chapters ahead. For now, thank you for staying with me through tonight's bedtime mumble. It means so much to have a friend who quietly keeps me company at the end of the day. I hope this story helped ease your thoughts and bring a little peace to your night. If it did, you're always welcome to return, whether to this chapter or another you find comforting, tomorrow or any evening when you need a gentle story to guide you towards sleep. If you'd like to join me on the journeys ahead, please consider subscribing, and maybe share this little bedtime escape with someone you love. Good night. Have a sweet and wonderful dream. 5. Waking Up in Tokyo. Welcome back to Liliko's Bedtime Mumble. Yes, at long last, we've arrived in Japan. Yesterday, our very first meal in Tokyo? Tokusei Tsukemen, the special deluxe dipping ramen. Thick noodles, rich broth, tender pork slices. It was pure joy in a bowl. If you missed it, please visit Chapter 4. Your taste buds deserve the adventure. It's not just food, it's part of the story, because every bowl of ramen in Japan carries its own little tale of comfort and craftsmanship. Now let's begin Chapter 5, back to our journey from Melbourne to Tokyo, and our very first morning waking up in Japan. At dawn, pale rays slipped gently through the shoji screens of my room. I didn't set an alarm. Grandma insisted I sleep in, and I listened. There was no point rushing, especially not during Tokyo Station's infamous early morning rush hour. The crowd at that time is beyond imagination. Office workers, students, travelers, all moving in waves, flowing through the city like blood through arteries. Tokyo Station becomes a living tide, its platforms brimming, its trains packed tighter than sardine cans. At least sardines don't have to carry oversized luggage. Dragging my suitcase through that chaos would have been a full-on battle, and boarding a packed train with it, nearly impossible. Much wiser to wait until the morning crush passes. Trust me, I've experienced it before. It was not pleasant. But that wasn't the only reason Grandma didn't want me waking up too early. She believes wholeheartedly in the power of beauty sleep. Time and again she reminds me that a good night's rest keeps your skin radiant and youthful. Sleeping Beauty was beautiful because she slept all day, she once told me, completely serious. According to her logic, I should sleep as much as I can, especially since I'm still unmarried. You never know when fate might strike. What if I look tired and miss my destined encounter? It's not exactly modern thinking, but there's a half-century age gap between us. A wide, well-worn generation gap. Still, I know her heart is in the right place. Of course, I don't believe a woman should be valued only for her looks. That would be shallow, and honestly, I wouldn't want to spend my life with someone who thinks like that. But if a bit more sleep helps me feel fresh and radiant, why not? Not for anyone else, but for me. Feeling good in my own skin is a quiet kind of power. And honestly, sleep is wonderful. It resets the mind and body, softens yesterday's worries. So yes, I want to look and feel good, not to impress someone, but because it's good for my spirit. If I ever do find someone to share life with, that would be lovely. But if not, I'll still be content walking this journey alone. Maybe I'm overthinking. I know Grandma means well. I wake up around 8, rested, peaceful, and ready for the day. Breakfast is included with my accommodation. Right on time, there's a gentle knock on the door. I open it to find a kind staff member holding a large obon tray. She greets me with a bow and hands it to me with practiced grace. I thank her and carefully bring the tray inside, setting it down on the small lacquered table by the window. I stretch, trying to shake off sleep, and sit down, excited for what feels like a ceremonial experience. The arrangement is artful, almost too pretty to eat. Each item placed with care: spicy pollock roe, grilled salmon, pickled vegetables, nori, the dried seaweed, natto, the fermented soybeans, tamagoyaki, the rolled omelet, a bowl of perfectly cooked rice, and miso soup. Everything served in petite portions on traditional porcelain, accompanied by utensils and a delicate cup of tea. A feast for the eyes before a delicacy for the tongue. I lift the lid from the miso soup, successfully, without spilling a drop. Steam curls upward and I smile, quietly proud of myself. I wish Grandma were here to witness this rare triumph. She'd be prouder than I am. This breakfast calls to me, not just my hunger, but something deeper, like a primal urge. It's as if the food is summoning me the way Tarzan calls to the jungle, or E.T. phones home. Okay, maybe those analogies don't quite fit. I'm hungry and confused. Time to eat. Without thinking, I pick up the grilled salmon, glistening with a caramelized glaze of teriyaki sauce, and take a bite. Oh my God, this is delicious. I say it out loud. Then I realize I forgot to say itadakimasu before I start eating. Oops, another no-no in Grandma's book. I'm glad she's not here. Otherwise, I'd be receiving a gentle but firm lecture between bites. It's been so long since I've had a traditional Japanese breakfast like this. Every dish is modest in size, designed to slow you down, to make you contemplate and appreciate each flavor's true nature. Unfortunately, the graceful and elegant Liliko is not present this morning. Actually, has she ever existed? Anyway, what follows is not for the faint-hearted. For the next 10 minutes, I descend into a disgraceful eating frenzy. I pick up one dish after another. My chopsticks dart between plates and mouth at a speed that surpasses Superman or the Flash, whichever is faster. I gobble instead of eat. I gulp instead of savor. The miso soup and tea, meant to be sipped slowly, become the lubricating liquid to help wash down the bolus of food in my mouth. It is unspeakable. A scene so shameful I can barely describe it. Grandma would disown me if she saw it. I know, but I can't help it. I'm a certified patient of Japanese food craving syndrome. It hits me every time I return to Japan. Last night, I somehow, miraculously restrained myself while eating ramen at Rokurincha. I was this close to reenacting the famous "Oh, yes, yes, yes" scene from When Harry Met Sally. You know, the one with Meg Ryan? Except in my case, it would have been 100% genuine. Sally was faking it. I was not. Fortunately, sanity prevailed. There was no sequel When Liliko Met Ramen. I managed not to cause a public spectacle while high on broth and noodles. Though, to be fair, I doubt anyone at Rokurincha would have followed up with, "I'll have what she's having," even if I had delivered such Golden Globe-worthy performance. This isn't the New York deli where no one knows what's on her plate. We're in a ramen shop. I'm eating ramen. Everyone is eating ramen. Trust me, they've already ordered what I'm having. Now you can probably understand just how serious my Japanese food craving syndrome is. The longer I stay away from Japan, the stronger the initial symptoms, and the longer it takes for them to settle. But not to worry, my friends. This condition causes no real harm, except perhaps to my elegance and dignity. Thankfully, it's self-limiting. After a few days of intense cravings, the symptoms usually ease into a stable recovery phase. Once I've returned to a steady diet of delicious Japanese food, I regain both self-control and my full sense of grace, or at least what's left of it. Sadly, there's still no known cure for Japanese food craving syndrome. The only effective treatment? To return to Japan, again and again, and let the heavenly taste of Japanese food heal me from within. All right, enough about the not-so-glamorous side of me. Eating too fast, too happily, and far too unladylike. Things will surely improve as the trip goes on. And if not, well, I'll soon be seeing Grandma. She'll make sure I'm back to my best behavior, reminding me of all the graceful manners she spent years trying to instill in me. After breakfast, I checked a few emails, then looked out the window, trying to savor my final few hours in this beloved city of Tokyo that was once my home. Below, the street scene unfolded in a gentle rhythm. Umbrellas blossoming open in perfect synchrony, like wings taking flight. Office workers moved with calm precision in their crisp suits, while school children in bright yellow caps dotted the crosswalks like cheerful petals in motion. Tokyo breathed with quiet efficiency, a city alive, yet somehow peaceful in its pace. From up here, it all felt distant, like a heartbeat I could observe without being pulled in. A rare pocket of calm that only a non-rushing traveler could truly appreciate. And I was grateful for it. I took my time getting ready, packing slowly, enjoying the stillness, and even managed to squeeze in a quick shower. Nothing beats the feeling of a refreshing shower before a journey. What a perfect way to start the day. Not rushing to Toyama last night was definitely the right choice. There's something so peaceful about traveling without time chasing you. By 9:30 a.m., with the morning rush safely behind me, I checked out of the ryokan and stepped into the soft Tokyo sunlight. Well-rested, fully fed, and walking with that freshly showered, radiant hair confidence. The city moved at its usual rhythm, but I moved at mine, slow, unhurried, and perfectly content. It took me a little over 20 minutes to walk to Tokyo Station. Tokyo Station is not just the largest and busiest train terminal in Japan. It's practically a city within a city. According to Japan Rail, JR, more than 3,000 trains depart from here every single day, carrying over 400,000 passengers. It's located in the Marunouchi Business District, just a short stroll from the Imperial Palace. During the Edo period, this entire area was once inside the outer moats of Edo Castle. A lot has changed since then. Samurai have given way to salarymen, and horses have evolved into bullet trains. Today, Tokyo Station stands as a perfect blend of history and modernity. The beautifully restored red brick facade of the Marunouchi side looks like something straight out of 1914 Europe, elegant and timeless, while the opposite Yaizu side shines with sleek glass and steel, reflecting the rhythm of modern Tokyo. Inside, it's a world of its own. There's a JR hotel tucked right inside the building, an art gallery hidden behind its red walls, and the Daimaru department store connected to it, offering floor after floor of everything from luxury brands to irresistible snacks. You'll also find the Japan Rail Cafe, a cozy place designed for travelers to rest, grab coffee, and plan their next adventure. And of course, restaurants. Endless restaurants. From sushi counters to ramen alleys, from French pastries to Ekiben lunchboxes so perfect they deserve an art exhibit. You could easily spend an entire day here inside the station and its adjoining shopping complexes without a single moment of boredom. Tokyo Station is like a museum of motion, a living symbol of Japan's travel culture. But unfortunately, our schedule today is set. We're heading to Toyama. Don't worry, my friends, we'll be back here later in this trip and many more times in the future. Tokyo Station is far too fascinating for just a passing mention. One day, it'll get a whole chapter all to itself. The proud heart of Japan's railway world. The Shinkansen platforms are located on the eastern or Ieyasu side of the station. I made my way there and stopped by the JR ticket office to buy my ticket to Toyama. There are two main ways to purchase a Shinkansen ticket. You can queue at the JR Shinkansen ticket counter where friendly staff will assist you. Most staff at major stations like Tokyo speak English, and many even use handheld translation devices to help foreign travelers. Or, if you want to skip the queue, you can use one of the automated ticket machines. That's what I did. I wheeled my suitcase over to a row of bright touchscreen machines. For those unfamiliar, let me walk you through it. The interface had an English option, which made things much easier. I tapped through the prompts. Departure, Tokyo. Arrival, Toyama. Train type, Kagayaki. All seats on the train are reserved seats only. Date and time, today. Seat type, ordinary reserved. Passenger, 1 adult. After confirming the details, I inserted my credit card and waited. The machine printed 2 tickets. The first was the Joe Shokken, the basic fare ticket, which covers the base cost of traveling from Tokyo to Toyama on any JR line. The second was the Limited Express reserved seat ticket. This one's the important part. It included all the details. Car 6, seat 14C. Departure Tokyo 10:10 a.m. Arrival Toyama 12:39 p.m. The ticket machines are easy to use, fast, friendly, and perfect if you're in a hurry or prefer the self-service route. But back to my story. After buying my ticket, I take both slips and head straight toward the Shinkansen gates. A small tip: you need to insert both tickets when passing through the gate, and don't forget to collect them on the other side. Keep them safely with you. There may be an onboard ticket check, and you'll also need them again when you exit at your destination. Following the overhead signs for the Hokuriku Shinkansen, I make my way to the platforms. My train will depart from platform 20. The escalator carries me upward, and as I step onto the platform, a quiet flutter rises in my chest. There's something magical about boarding a Shinkansen. It's not just a train. It's a promise of somewhere new, or somewhere familiar you've longed to return to. The platform hums softly with announcements and the rhythmic beeping of closing doors from nearby trains. A breeze drifts through as another Shinkansen rushes past, its silver body blurring into white light. The passing gust brushes against my face, cool, fleeting, and without thinking, I tighten my grip on my suitcase ever so slightly. And then, out of the blue, a scene from childhood flickers in my mind. Harry Potter, standing at King's Cross Station, searching for platform 9 3/4. It's his very first trip to Hogwarts, and he's been told to catch a train that doesn't seem to exist. He paces between platforms 9 and 10, confused and anxious, until a warm, boisterous, red-haired family shows him the secret. Walk straight at the barrier. Don't stop. Don't be afraid. Just trust and go. There's something magical about train stations, isn't there? They're places where the familiar world ends and a new one begins. Portals of steel and sound, where movement feels like magic. Tokyo Station doesn't have a platform 9 3/4, of course, but standing between platform 20 and platform 21, I notice something curious. Across the tracks on the opposite side is platform 10, a big jump from 10 to 20 between 2 neighboring platforms. So, where's platform 19? I check the station map. Platform 19 isn't anywhere nearby. It's all the way down at the far end of the concourse. A little mysterious, a little nonsensical, and somehow just magical enough to make me wonder. What if there's a hidden platform here, too? I glance at the narrow space between 20 and 21, just wide enough for a small cart or suitcase. With nothing better to do while waiting, I take a few quiet, experimental steps toward it, pretending to test the invisible barrier. You know, just in case there's a platform 20 3/4 waiting for me. Maybe it wouldn't take me to Hogwarts, since we are in Japan, but perhaps somewhere equally whimsical, like the bathhouse in Spirited Away. I can already picture the lantern-lit train gliding over the sea at sunset, or tiny soot sprites scurrying around my luggage, wondering what a human is doing there. My little experiment doesn't go unnoticed. A middle-aged man glances over, eyebrows raised. A nearby girl whispers to her friend while sneaking a look at me. Someone probably thinks I've dropped my wallet or lost my mind. I blush, quickly turning back to my luggage, pretending to search for something very important. A bit embarrassing, but also funny. I can't help smiling at myself. Some people check their phones to pass the time. I, apparently, look for invisible train platforms. Maybe that says everything about me. The electronic sign above blinks. Train approaching. I move to the marker for car 6, right where the door will stop. Moments later, the Shinkansen glides in, smooth, silent, and perfectly aligned with the platform markings. The boarding process is quiet, efficient, almost elegant. Inside, the cabin is cool and spotless. The seats are wide and plush, the windows large and clean, just begging you to daydream. I slide my suitcase into the rack behind the last row and settle into seat 14C. A gentle chime rings, and the train begins to move. Through the window, skyscrapers melt into rooftops, rooftops into fields. The city fades, and the rhythm of the rails takes over. I glance down at my 2 small tickets, thin slips of paper that somehow open the door to something much larger. Freedom, connection, return. All I need to do now is sit back, relax, and let Japan's quiet miracle of motion carry me home. To Grandma. Thank you for staying with me through my bedtime mumble. It means so much to have a friend who quietly keeps me company. If you enjoyed this story, please tap the like button. It's a small gesture, but it truly encourages me to keep creating more of these cozy bedtime journeys. I hope this story helped calm your thoughts and bring a little peace to your night. If it did, feel free to listen again anytime you like. Let this video be a soft place you can return to, whether it's tomorrow night or any time you need a gentle story to help you drift off. If you'd like to join me for the next chapter of our journey, please consider subscribing and tapping the little bell so you'll be gently reminded whenever a new story arrives. You can also share this video with a friend who might enjoy a quiet bedtime moment. Every subscriber feels like another friendly travel companion in my little corner of the world. And knowing you're here gives me the motivation to keep making these peaceful stories. Good night. Have a sweet and wonderful Shinkansen to Toyama. Welcome back to Liliko's Bedtime Mumble. This is Chapter 6, continuing our very first morning in Japan, aboard the Hokuriku Shinkansen bound for Toyama. In the last chapter, I woke up refreshed after a deep, blissful sleep, followed by a heavenly Japanese breakfast at my ryokan, a meal so good it felt like I was Link from The Legend of Zelda, drinking the ultimate master potion. In an instant, my health bar was fully restored, my stamina wheel refilled, and I was suddenly bursting with Genki energy, ready to take on any adventure the day could offer. The traditional Japanese breakfast set meal, asa teishoku, is something everyone should experience at least once in Japan. Asa means morning, teishoku means set meal. Together, they form a perfectly balanced morning ritual. A bowl of fluffy white rice, steaming miso soup with tofu and seaweed, a tender slice of grilled fish, and a colorful collection of side dishes, pickled vegetables, natto, and seasonal greens. Simple, nourishing, elegant. The one I had, however, was so delicious that I completely lost my composure. Let's just say, my inner lady vanished without a trace, and the eating frenzy that followed was far too intense to describe again. To protect what's left of my already fragile sense of grace and elegance, I'll simply say, if you missed that episode, please visit Chapter 5. I can't bear to relive the scene. Now, let's move on before I embarrass myself any further. We're aboard the Hokuriku Shinkansen, riding the Kagayaki, the fastest service on the line, traveling northwest from Tokyo toward Toyama at up to 260 kilometers per hour. I'm seated in car 6, seat 14C, with excitement heading home to Grandma. As the Kagayaki departs from platform 20 of Tokyo Station, the familiar hum of motion fills the cabin. After the first stop at Omiya, the view outside begins to change. The dense cityscape fades. Tall buildings dissolve into low houses, then into fields. Pavement becomes soil, glass becomes green. Tokyo's pulse slows, and the countryside begins to breathe. Outside, the world drifts by in soft watercolor blurs. Soon, Mount Asama appears in the distance, its snow-capped peak crowned with a halo of cloud, like a quiet guardian watching over the land. Below, rice paddies shimmer like emerald mirrors, reflecting both earth and sky. In some of them, farmers are bent at the waist, planting seedlings one by one, patient, rhythmic, timeless. I watch them with quiet awe. Their movements are small, almost meditative, a humble conversation between people and the soil. Each seed they press into the earth holds the potential for life, for nourishment, for comfort. And it suddenly hits me. The rice I devoured this very morning could have come from one of these fields I'm passing right now. It's such a beautiful, circular thought, to eat from the same land I'm now gliding above. A few hours ago, I was a traveler tasting Japan. Now, I'm a traveler seeing Japan, the hidden story behind every grain. Perhaps that's what makes Japanese food so extraordinary. It's not just about taste, but about gratitude, the silent connection between hands that grow, hands that cook, and hands that eat. For a moment, I feel like bowing back toward those distant figures in the paddies, a tiny gesture of thanks for breakfast, for effort, for beauty. But as fascinating as the scenery is, even I can't just sit and stare for 2.5 hours straight. That's how long it takes to reach Toyama. 2 hours and 30 minutes of soft hums and passing landscapes. Plenty of time for the scenery, a nap, and of course, my mind to begin its favorite pastime, wandering. Now, sitting comfortably in car 6, seat 14C, watching the world unfold beyond the window, I can't help but compare this sleek, silver Shinkansen to something else. It feels magical, like a modern-day Hogwarts Express. My mind drifts to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, that first moment when Harry boards the red steam train to Hogwarts, leaving the ordinary world behind. A single step from platform to carriage, and suddenly everything changes, a portal between the familiar and the fantastical. And then I imagine it's me, sitting by the window of the Hogwarts Express, bound for a hidden world of spells, castles, and wonder. The air smells faintly of adventure and pumpkin pasties. Outside, the countryside rolls by in soft green and gold. Inside, possibilities hum like quiet electricity. Who would I be in that world? Harry? Nay, everyone already knows Harry's story. 7 books, 8 movies, countless spoilers. The world doesn't need another chosen one. As the Kagayaki glides northward, past rice paddies, rivers, and mountains, I realize that maybe this journey is my own version of the Hogwarts Express. No owls, no wands, no chocolate frogs. Just a girl on a train, heading home, watching the world rush by, carrying stories, dreams, and the little bit of magic in her heart. But what about Hermione? Now that's far more interesting. Imagine seeing the Hogwarts Express from her eyes, the girl who wasn't waiting for magic to find her, but who had already studied half of it in advance. She knew every spell, every charm, every rule before she even stepped on the train. While others wandered the aisles in wide-eyed wonder, she was probably alphabetizing her textbooks, memorizing the school map, and color-coding her first week schedule. For Hermione, destiny wasn't something that happened to her. It was something she meticulously prepared for. A part of me relates to that. Not the genius part, unfortunately, but that quiet, diligent faith. The belief that if you keep learning, planning, and staying curious, you can transform even the most ordinary journey into something quietly magical. Come to think of it, the fact that Hermione met Harry on the train and not at King's Cross Station makes perfect sense. There's no way she would have arrived at the last minute like Harry and Ron. Hermione probably had her travel route planned a month in advance. How many transits from her home to King's Cross? Which platform signs to follow? Which bus arrived 2 minutes earlier? Her trunk would have been packed and labeled days ahead, her cloak ironed smooth, her wand polished to perfection. I can just picture her arriving at King's Cross 2 hours early, double-checking her luggage, and being the very first to board. Punctual, practical, and perfectly prepared. But being the smartest one in the room isn't always easy, especially when you're a girl. No one warms up to the girl who has every answer before the question finishes. No one races to sit next to the one who corrects your wand grip during conversation. Being clever can be isolating. It shines too brightly, and sometimes that light makes others hesitate before stepping closer. And so here I am, Hermione, sitting alone on my very first journey to Hogwarts, surrounded by fellow students, yet feeling like the only one on the train. No round glasses, no messy hair, yet I still radiate unmistakable bookworm energy, only sharper. From the outside, I probably look perfectly calm, composed, confident, the kind of girl who already has everything planned out and color-coded. But beneath that polished surface, my brave facade trembles just a little. Because inside, I'm just as nervous and excited as everyone else, stepping into a world I've only ever read about. I long to make friends so I won't face this unknown world alone. Maybe, just maybe, someone will sit down beside me, smile, and say hello. Then I can finally show them that I'm not as strict or intimidating as I look, that I can be warm, talkative, and yes, genuinely friendly. Of course, being me, I am the first one to board the Hogwarts Express. I choose a seat right across from the entrance, in the perfect position to be seen. Impossible to miss. Impossible to ignore. One by one, students arrive, filling the carriages with laughter, chatter, and excitement. Still, as the train pulls away, the seat beside me remains empty. It stings a little, that quiet realization that no one tries to be my friend. But I'm not the type to wallow or let disappointment spoil my day. I'm a problem solver, not someone who waits for the answers to fall from the sky. If no one approaches me to be their friend, I simply go find them myself. And honestly, there's a bright side to that. At least this way, I get to choose who my friends will be. So I leave my compartment and wander down the corridor, soon stumbling upon a commotion. A boy named Neville, distraught over his missing toad. Perfect. A side quest for an overprepared student like me. I offer to help, partly because I can, and partly because it feels good to be needed before my magical journey even begins. I don't find the toad in that carriage, so I continue to the next. And that's where I meet them, Harry and Ron. Boy, oh boy, these two are really something extraordinary. And I don't mean that as a compliment. They are extraordinary, ordinary with extra oddness. Harry, the boy who doesn't even know he's a wizard until a few weeks ago. And Ron, jam on his robes, crumbs in his lap, and a wand that looks like it has survived multiple small explosions. Honestly, I start to wonder if Hogwarts has quietly fallen on hard times. Maybe a post-GFC budget cut, or a temporary dip in the magical stock market, and is now admitting anyone with a pulse and a wand just to keep the lights on. These two look like they've just escaped a wizarding nursery during snack time, dragging chocolate frogs, broken wands, and absolutely zero sense of preparation. On the bright side, I realize I'll probably be top of the class for years to come, if this is the academic standard of my peers. On the not-so-bright side, if everything is going to be this effortless, how am I supposed to strive for greatness when the bar is buried somewhere underground? Let's take a closer look at these two shining future hopes of the wizarding world. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the savior of the wizarding world. And yet, all messy hair and round glasses slipping off his nose like he just rolls out of bed. You'd expect someone legendary to look, well, heroic, tall, charming, exuding confidence and power. But Harry? He looks dorky, with or without his glasses. Now, if you're nerdy but geeky, that's fine. At least you've got some special talent or power that could save the world. Harry looks nerdy all right, but he isn't geeky at all. He holds no knowledge or wisdom about magic, and he's supposed to be the chosen one? Harry's glasses are broken, yet he can't fix them himself. I have to do it for him. Oculus Reparo. A small spell, but honestly, a rather grim preview for the wizarding world's future. But Harry Potter, so famous, so celebrated, and yet I see nothing that actually justifies that fame. Not his appearance, nor his ability. He seems famous for being famous. Am I, perhaps, looking at the Paris Hilton of the wizarding world? Honestly, it's a rather disappointing first impression. And yet, there's something in him, a quiet defiance, a spark of conviction in those eyes that says he'll figure things out, even if he has no idea how. That's what makes him different. On the train, Harry stands up to Draco Malfoy. Most people instantly tell that Draco is the kind of person you either befriend or wisely avoid. But Harry isn't intimidated. He doesn't bow to power or flinch at arrogance. He simply does what he believes is right, even when it isn't within his strength to do so. Maybe that's why he is the chosen one. Not because of knowledge or skill, but because of courage. Raw, instinctive courage. As for my first encounter with Ron, oh, don't get me started. There is so much I need to complain about with this guy. I'll save him for later. Anyway, that's how I first meet these two boys, Harry and Ron, on the Hogwarts Express, where our friendship quietly begins. Over the years, we study, we grow, we argue, frequently, and somehow become the kind of friends who can drive each other absolutely mad, and yet never drift apart. When I first meet them, they are, well, boys. Ron is worse, though Harry isn't much better. They aren't embarrassed about how little they know. They tease me, call me a know-it-all, complain that I'm bossy and annoying. And honestly, years go by, and they still act like boys. Aging, yes, but not necessarily maturing. I watch over them like a helicopter parent, nannying them 24/7. I don't enjoy being their mother figure, but someone has to make sure our so-called heroes do their homework. You can't save the world if you keep misspelling your charms. As for gentlemanly behavior, none whatsoever. Not once do they show any Titanic-style ladies and children first manners. If anything, it feels like being a single mom supervising two prematurely grown teenage sons. These two, Harry and Ron, are children through and through, never quite treating me like a lady, though, to be fair, I'm usually too busy saving their lives to notice. Well, there's ladies first, all right. I'm usually the first one rushing into danger, always on the front lines. Thank you so much for that kind of ladies first, boys. But honestly, it's fine. I've long accepted my fate as the designated responsible one of the trio. When chaos erupts, I'm the human version of a safety manual, armed with logic, spells, and a color-coded emergency plan. Because someone has to keep our brave but utterly reckless heroes alive long enough to make history. I'm the brain of the operation, the strategist, the planner, the one quietly holding everything together while the boys charge headfirst into danger. I pull the heaviest weight, yet somehow never get quite the respect or the recognition that I deserve. How many times do I, Hermione Granger, save the day? Let's review just a few highlights, shall we? In Chamber of Secrets and basically every other book, I save their academic careers. Honestly, without me doing most of their homework and tutoring them through spells and potions, Harry would flunk out of Hogwarts before he ever gets near Voldemort. Then, in Prisoner of Azkaban, I master time travel with a time turner, no big deal, and help rescue both Sirius Black and Buckbeak. Precision timing, spell work, stealth, all while taking a full course load. And let's not forget Deathly Hallows, when Bathilda Bagshot's house turns out to be a trap. I don't panic. I blast Nagini and apparate us away just in time. So how many times do I save your asses, boys? Oops, do I just say ass? Well, that isn't Hermione talking. That's me, Liliko. Because let's be honest, Hermione would scold someone for that kind of language long before ever saying it herself. But really, Hermione Granger? She's incredible, brilliant, brave, relentlessly resourceful. Some people call her bossy or a know-it-all, annoyingly correct all the time. But it isn't her fault. She's not trying to be difficult. She just knows what's right and doesn't see the point in pretending otherwise. That's what I admire most about her. She never shrinks herself to fit anyone's comfort. She's what every girl growing up is told she could be, if only she dares to be too much. And let's be honest, spotlight here, smart, beautiful, #1 female lead? I always think Harry and Hermione should end up together. Brains and bravery, logic and instinct, perfect balance. Superman and Wonder Woman, Wizard Edition. Destiny, balance, perfection. But maybe that's exactly why they don't. They are too similar, both stubborn, both self-reliant, both carrying the world on their shoulders. They lean on each other, but not into each other. They are partners in purpose, not in heart. And then, Hermione falls in love. Not with the chosen one, but with the boy who, at first glance, seems least prepared to stand beside her. Ron Weasley. The train hums on, but my mind lingers back in that carriage, where jam-stained boys and sharp-tongued girls first collide. Hermione's first impression of him? Crumbs on his robes, jam on his fingers, a wand held together with tape and hope. He never quite knows how to say the right things, and half the time, he says the wrong thing just as you start liking him. She can choose someone polished, eloquent, even clean. But love doesn't follow logic. One of the most memorable moments in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone is the chess game scene. The thrilling, dramatic moment when life-sized pieces crash across the board like they're auditioning for a wizarding version of Fast and Furious. And Ron, goofy, awkward, perpetually underestimated Ron, suddenly steps up. He sacrifices himself so Harry and Hermione can move forward. He does it without hesitation. For them. Though, let's be honest, it's mostly for Harry. Their bromance is stronger than half the romances in the series. Helping Hermione? That's basically the bonus feature that comes with the Harry package. But still, when a boy willingly gets smashed by a giant stone queen, partly on your behalf, even if you're only the side benefit, it is still heart-stirring for any girl. It's not a fairy tale moment, not exactly, but it vaguely resembles one, in the same way instant noodles vaguely resemble a real meal. Ron isn't a knight in shining armor. He's a knight in "I forgot to iron my robes" armor, riding not a noble steed, but a stone horse that doesn't even move unless you command it loudly enough. Whiny, scruffy Ron as Prince Charming? Yeah, that's a stretch. But weirdly, the courage is real. The gesture is true. And suddenly, he doesn't seem quite as annoying. Like maybe only 70% annoying instead of 98%. Maybe that's the first time Hermione realizes there's something in Ron that books can't measure. He doesn't shine in the classroom, but when it matters, his loyalty roars to life like an over-caffeinated lion. And that, maybe, plants the first tiny, ridiculous, adorable seed of love in her heart. In the end, it isn't about choosing who is smartest or strongest. It's about choosing the one who makes her feel safe in the storm. The one who makes her laugh when she forgets how. Love isn't perfection. It's the presence that stays through laughter and through the trembling hours, a hand that helps, a heart that remains, a quiet loyalty that never drifts away. Hermione never needs to be rescued. She isn't waiting for a prince. She isn't delicate or fragile or defined by romance. She stands shoulder to shoulder with her friends because she chooses to. Danger doesn't scare her. Prejudice only sharpens her resolve. She isn't just the girl who saves the boys. She is the woman who saves the story. As the Hokuriku Shinkansen begins its gentle descent into Toyama, the mountains slip behind me and the wide Toyama plains unfold like a living canvas. Endless stretches of rice paddies shimmer in the afternoon light, their flooded surfaces reflecting the sky in soft, fractured blues. The fields are stitched with narrow footpaths and bordered by quiet villages where smoke curls from kitchen chimneys and laundry sways lazily in the breeze. Everything feels unhurried here, as if time itself moves at the pace of planting and harvest. I rest my forehead lightly against the window. This isn't just an arrival, it's a return to stillness, to memory, to home. Finally, I'm here. Toyama. Thank you for staying with me through my bedtime mumble. It means so much to have a friend who quietly keeps me company. I've finally arrived in Grandma's hometown, and soon I'll see her again. I'm excited, but it's getting late, so I'll stop mumbling for tonight. If you enjoy this story, please tap the like button. It truly encourages me to keep creating more gentle journeys like this. I hope this story helps calm your thoughts and bring a little peace to your night. If it does, feel free to revisit anytime you like. Let this channel be a soft place you can return to, whether it's tomorrow night or whenever you need a story to help you drift off. If you'd like to join me for the next chapter of our adventure, please subscribe and tap the little bell so you'll be gently reminded when a new bedtime mumble arrives. You can also share this video with a friend who might enjoy winding down with a quiet story at the end of the day. Thank you for watching. Good night. Have a sweet and wonderful dream. Welcome back to Liliko's Bedtime Mumble. Thank you so much for returning to this little corner of the night. In the last chapter, we boarded the Hokuriku Shinkansen from Tokyo Station's Platform 20, bound for Toyama. During the 2.5-hour ride, my mind drifted straight into the world of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. I pictured myself as young Hermione, arriving early at King's Cross, stepping onto the Hogwarts Express for the very first time, taking matters into her own hands to find friends, and eventually meeting our two young heroes, Harry and Ron, only to become their full-time helicopter mother 24/7. If you missed Chapter 6, please check it out. I'm sure you'll enjoy my little Hermione daydream as much as I did. Before we continue, I should clarify something for my listeners from the United States, assuming there are any out there. Since my channel is new, and I only upload a video at a very elegant speed of once per month, I doubt the YouTube algorithm is flapping its wings hard enough to push my sleepy little channel all the way across the Pacific to reach the shores of the Big Apple. So maybe I'm talking to the air. But just in case there really are friends from the USA watching, a big, warm hi to you all. Anyway, in the last chapter, when I mentioned the title of the first Harry Potter movie as Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, some American friends might have wondered if I had tried to cast Obliviate on you and failed miserably. Because in your memory, the movie is called Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Calm down, no one is casting any spell. Please do not start a witch hunt and burn me at the stake. Friends in the US, your memory serves you perfectly. The movie is titled Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone in the United States. Everywhere else in the world, literally everywhere. It is called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which is the title J.K. Rowling originally chose. The story behind this is simple. The American publisher worried that the term Philosopher's Stone, a legendary alchemical substance, sounded a bit too academic, a little too much like something from a chemistry exam. They feared it might scare young American readers away. Sorcerer, on the other hand, felt clearly magical, exciting, and absolutely free of homework. In short, philosopher sounded too nerdy, sorcerer sounded more fun, and honestly, the Harry Potter series ended up becoming a cultural phenomenon in the United States, revitalizing children's reading habits, shaping discussions about friendship, bravery, tolerance, and standing up against injustice. Millions of young American readers stepped into this wonderful wizarding world, perhaps thanks in part to the publisher's, let's call it, strategically magical decision. So yes, credit where credit is due. Well played, American publisher. Well played. With all these compliments I'm handing out, any publishers interested in publishing my Bedtime Mumbles into the book? Anyone? Hello? No one. Okay, just checking. No hard feelings. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll get lucky. Anyway, let's return to our story. After 6 chapters, or 7 if you count chapter 3.5 as its own little rebel, and over 20,000 words, give or take a few poetic detours, and an unnecessarily dramatic dinner and breakfast monologue, I have finally arrived in the land of promise, Toyama. Boy, oh boy, wait, let's not be sexist here. Girl, oh girl. This Liliko surely is chatty. Finally, yes, we've made it. 12:39 p.m., right on the dot. Our Kagayaki high-speed bullet train arrives at Toyama Station. That's Shinkansen punctuality for you. Sharp, precise, and politely on time. So very Japan. Not a minute early, not a second late. Wouldn't have it any other way. The doors slide open with a soft hiss, letting out a burst of cool air carrying a faint scent of rain-washed tracks, distant pine, and steel warmed gently by the sun. I step off onto the platform at Toyama Station, suitcase in tow, its wheels rolling obediently behind me like a loyal puppy. It's already 12:30, and I haven't eaten anything since breakfast. By the way, that breakfast was such a big scene, I wrote nearly an entire chapter about it. If you can't remember the details, feel free to revisit Chapter 5, if you dare watch it again. Warning: parental guidance is recommended for persons under 15. It contains scenes of Liliko eating, rather disgracefully. Now it's been 4 hours. The air inside the station is tinged with the aroma of ekiben bento, soy-glazed meats, pickled radish, steamed rice. Faint, but enough to get my stomach staging a polite protest. Still, I hesitate, because I know. Grandma is waiting, and lunch is already prepared. Not just lunch, but a welcome home embrace served on a table. Naughty as she is, she keeps the menu a secret. But I know. Whatever waits on that table will be all my favorite dishes. And here's the problem. I am hungry, but if I eat lunch here at the station and show up with a full belly, that would be a crime, a culinary betrayal. Against Grandma, and against my own stomach. But it will be at least another 40 minutes until I get there, a tram ride plus a 15-minute walk. Caught between hunger and guilt, I do what any reasonable, starving girl in Japan does. I walk into 7-Eleven, that fluorescent-lit sanctuary, that sacred temple of convenience and culinary miracles. The automatic doors part like the gates of a heavenly chapel, and I step into the glow of fluorescent grace. Inside, the air is cool and consecrated, clean, still, blessed. The refrigeration units hum softly, like monks chanting in an automated monastery, offering quiet solace to every rumbling stomach that crosses the threshold. It sounds like an angelic hymn, gentle and unwavering, promising comfort and peace. Your hunger shall soon be no more. Your suffering will soon be no longer. Yes, miracles do exist. For a hungry Japanese soul, this place is more than a convenience store. It's salvation itself, the closest thing to heaven on earth when your starving stomach and need an instant fix. The shelves are neatly arranged, offering everything from microwavable bentos to socks to umbrellas. But I make a beeline for the holy corner that calls to me like a homing spell every time I land in Japan. The onigiri shelf. Onigiri, also known as omusubi or nigiri meshi, are simple Japanese rice balls shaped by hand from white rice, usually wrapped in a neat band of nori. Modest, humble, perfect. I drift closer without thinking until I'm standing right in front of them. And here they are, my 3 rice ball idols, standing in perfect formation, silent, cool, seductive. My hungry eyes lock onto them, unable to look away, like a fangirl frozen in place, staring at her favorite boy band, loving every member equally. Salmon. Soft flakes of grilled fish tucked into warm rice. A little smoky, a little salty, a timeless classic. Pickled plum, umeboshi. Bold, tart, and beautifully complicated, sweet, salty, and sour. A flavor that mirrors the tangled emotions of a first love. Tuna mayo. Creamy, savory, indulgent, like a secret smile wrapped in seaweed. All 3 are my favorites. I love them all. Each one special. Each one charismatic in its own way. Choosing just one feels like being asked to name my favorite BTS member. Or, for the slightly older among us, your favorite Backstreet Boys. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Each one is unique, each one is charming, and all of them are delicious. Yes, I am still talking about the rice balls. I stand frozen, my hand hovering in midair, like I'm being sorted into a Hogwarts house. Salmon Gryffindor, plum Ravenclaw, tuna mayo Slytherin, but in the most deliciously seductive way. I never realized choosing a rice ball could feel this heart-wrenching, this emotionally overwhelming. For a long moment, I stand there in silence, completely undecided. And then, fate intervenes. Some mysterious force, destiny, hunger, or perhaps the mighty god of umami, guides my hand. It comes to rest on tuna mayo. It's fate. It's destiny. It's meant to be. I lift it carefully, almost reverently, holding it as if it were something precious. And yet, despite being with the one I've chosen, my heart isn't entirely at peace. There's joy, yes, but also sorrow. The quiet ache of the paths not taken. Oh, life is cruel sometimes. It forces you to make choices where no option is wrong, and yet every option leaves behind a lingering what if. The internal drama theater rolls on, episode after episode, like The Young and the Restless. 53 seasons by 2025, over 13,000 episodes. Okay, fine. My inner drama isn't that long running, but you get the point. Anyway, back to me. The inner drama continues. My heart refuses to settle, replaying every possible ending. In this moment, I feel a little like Sharon Newman in The Young and the Restless. At her most vulnerable, she chooses Victor, the powerful, protective presence, when what she truly needs is stability and safety. Yet her heart never truly lets go of Nick, her first love, her soulmate, divorced, separated, but still the one she loves most deeply. And then there's Adam, Nick's half-brother, dark, tortured, fiercely devoted, loving Sharon unconditionally even when he knows he may never be chosen. Three men, three very different kinds of love, brothers bound by blood, divided by her. So tangled, so shocking, so utterly jaw-dropping that, yes, Sharon ends up marrying Victor, their father. Your ex-wife married your father. Your sister-in-law becoming your mother. Soap opera logic at its finest. Unbelievably twisted and dramatic. Okay, my dilemma is not that complicated. No family trees are harmed in the making of this decision. But the feeling? That pull of loving what you can't choose. That ache of leaving something behind even when you choose correctly. That part feels just as real. Holding tuna mayo in my right hand, my left hand reaches out and gently touches the other two, salmon and umeboshi. A soft voice in my heart apologizes silently to them. Not because I love you any less, but because in my heart, well, actually, slightly below my heart, there's only room for one. Cue the classic Young and the Restless moment, dramatic close-up, intense eye contact, and the signature 5-second silent pause. I whisper to the two rice balls I'm leaving behind. Believe me, you're always in my heart. One day, we'll be together, I promise. I place my hand on my chest in a solemn vow to seal our unspoken devotion. For a moment, there is silence, a girl and her onigiri exchanging long, affectionate stares. Then I turn sharply, close my eyes, and make a tiny, desperate dash toward the cashier, resisting every urge in my body to look back. Because if I dare turn my head, I might walk out with all three. Stepping outside the 7-Eleven, I find a bench on the station plaza and sit down. The clouds part and sunlight spills across the pavement like a slow exhale. Toyama feels peaceful, understated, almost shy. I unwrap the onigiri with practiced fingers, like opening a love letter, written entirely in rice and seaweed. Now, friends, please forgive me. I am far too hungry and frankly still emotionally exhausted from that intense Young and the Restless level internal drama inside the 7-Eleven to demonstrate, step by step, the proper ceremonial way of unwrapping an onigiri. If you're not yet a professional like me, someone who has eaten n to the power of infinity onigiri, there's something important you should know. Japanese onigiri packaging is pure genius. Printed right on the wrapper are clear little diagrams, patiently showing you the correct order of peeling, so the nori stays crisp and your hands remain impressively non-sticky. Follow the numbers. Trust the system. You'll master this skill in no time. And if that still feels a little intimidating, don't worry. YouTube is full of kind, patient souls who have filmed step-by-step demonstrations in case you prefer learning from a real human being peeling rice balls with confidence. So now, let's fast forward to the part where I've already unwrapped the onigiri. Say, 1 second. See? I told you, I'm a pro. Then comes the first bite. Soft yet sturdy rice, creamy tuna, sweet tangy Kewpie mayo, a gentle crunch of nori. A sigh rises, not from my mouth, but from somewhere much deeper. It feels as if the world softens around me, as if a pair of strong arms wraps around my waist, steady, familiar. A voice leans close behind my ear and whispers, tender and certain, "Suffer no more, my love. I'm here now. I'll always be here when you need me." Only then do I realize my internal The Young and the Restless episode is still playing, even though we've already survived the great dilemma of choosing which which onigiri. All right, time to turn off the TV and return to reality. Because do you know what the most unbelievable part is? This onigiri costs only around 200 yen. Yes, you heard that right. Beautifully made, deeply comforting, and quietly affordable. Good taste at a kind price, just enough to carry you gently through the rest of the journey. The portion is perfect for a quick recharge. Just one onigiri, that's all I need. Not too much, not too little. Enough to calm the hunger. Enough to still leave room for Grandma's feast. For that, I am grateful. I finished the onigiri in just 3 bites. Yes, I know, I eat too fast. A bit too aggressively. Hardly matching the grace and elegance I so confidently believe I possess when I'm not under the influence of hunger. But as you may recall from Chapter 5, I'm still very much in the symptomatic phase of Japanese food craving syndrome. With time and repeated exposure to delicious Japanese food, I should be able to slow down as this trip continues. I hope. Just as I finish, a tram appears in the distance, short, boxy, and politely understated. It clanks softly, like it doesn't want to interrupt the afternoon. Perfect timing. Let's head toward our destination, Grandma's house. Here we go. Next stop, Minami Toyama. Here we go. Sorry everyone. I tend to get a little sleepy right after eating something delicious and comforting. It's that very specific, very gentle kind of doziness that settles in once hunger has finally been quieted. A nice feeling, isn't it? That brief, cozy urge to nap that comes when your stomach is satisfied and the world feels safe for a moment. Oh no, I'm starting to sound, and behave, more like a grandma than my grandma. Okay, maybe her constant reminders about getting enough beauty sleep have been quietly working their way into me all along. Anyway, I've been mumbling for quite a while now, and it's getting rather late, so let's pause our journey here and continue the rest of the story in the next chapter. But before we say goodnight, let me leave you with a small, cozy quiz. As you may remember, earlier in this chapter I had a full Young and the Restless level dilemma, standing inside 7-Eleven, wrestling with fate, destiny, and hunger, trying to choose just one onigiri for my pre-lunch survival. And that moment leads us quite naturally to a question some of you might now be wondering. What's the difference between onigiri and sushi? After all, they both involve rice, they both sometimes wear seaweed, they look related. A little like Nick Newman and Adam Newman, 2 half-brother, 1 woman, endless emotional confusion. Okay, cut. Let's not cue another dramatic close-up, signature 5-second silent pause, Young and the Restless moment. Honestly, daytime soap operas are dangerously unforgettable and highly addictive. Alright, back to our small, cozy quiz. Onigiri versus sushi. Like many of my friends in Australia, we're used to seeing slices of rolled sushi sold in neat plastic boxes at shopping centers, so it's natural to wonder, aren't onigiri and sushi basically the same thing? Just triangle versus circle? No. No, my friends. This is not a simple triangle versus circle geometry question. The difference between onigiri and sushi is as wide as pie versus pie. Let's start with sushi. Sushi is actually a broad term, not a single food. It refers to any dish made with vinegared rice. Yes, rice is the key, not the fish, not the seaweed. Sushi uses vinegared rice. There are many types of sushi. If I were to list them all, categorize them, and discuss each in detail, I'd be up all night and miss my bus to work the next morning. So to spare myself panda-level eye bags, let's just mention a few common sushi that we often see. Nigiri sushi, hand-pressed rice topped with a slice of fish or other featured ingredients, such as shrimp or tamago, sweet egg omelet. Gunkan sushi. The word gunkan literally means battleship in Japanese, a name inspired by its sturdy, upright form. Rice at the base, nori wrapped around the sides, built to carry delicate toppings without spilling. Maki sushi. The word maki comes from the Japanese verb maku, meaning to roll. Maki sushi is made by spreading vinegared sushi rice onto a sheet of nori, adding fillings, and rolling it tightly using a bamboo mat called a makisu. The completed maki sushi roll is then sliced into 6 or 8 neat pieces. This is the sushi most commonly sold and most familiar to people outside Japan. So for many, this becomes their mental image of sushi. And that's where the confusion begins. Because visually, a sushi and an onigiri can seem similar. Rice, seaweed, something inside. But the difference runs much deeper than shape. Onigiri does not use vinegared rice. Onigiri is made with plain steamed rice, sometimes lightly salted. The goal is simple, to let the rice speak for itself. The fillings in onigiri are usually cooked or preserved: salted salmon, pickled plum, tuna mayo, hidden quietly inside the rice like a small, comforting secret. Onigiri isn't meant to impress. It isn't meant to be admired from afar. It's meant to be held in the hand. After all, onigiri comes from nigiru, meaning to grip, with the polite prefix o quietly added in front. Onigiri is everyday food, portable, practical, the sandwich of Japan. You eat it with your hands. No soy sauce, no wasabi, no ginger. Just rice, filling, and wherever you happen to be. A train platform, a park bench, a busy morning, a tired afternoon. Sushi, on the other hand, is more deliberate, often eaten sitting down, often prepared by someone trained, dipped lightly into soy sauce, accompanied by ginger and wasabi. It carries a sense of occasion, even when it's casual. So while onigiri and sushi may look like cousins, they live very different lives. One is comfort, the other is craft. And now, you know the difference. So, thank you for staying with me through this bedtime mumble. I hope this story helped soften your thoughts and bring a little calm into your night. If it did, you're always welcome to return, tomorrow night, or any night you need a gentle place to rest your mind. And if you'd like to continue this journey with me, feel free to subscribe and tap the little bell, so you'll be softly reminded when the next bedtime mumble arrives. For now, Thank you for listening. Good night. Have a sweet and wonderful dream. Eight. The same way home, many years later. Welcome back to Liliko's Bedtime Mumble. Thank you for lending me your ears and your quiet company on this long journey from my apartment in Melbourne, Australia, all the way to Grandma's house in Toyama, Japan. In the last chapter, I boarded the Kagayaki on the Hokuriku Shinkansen, accompanied by my daydream of being a young Hermione on the Hogwarts Express. And just as magically, without a minute's delay, I arrived at Toyama Station exactly at 12:39 p.m., right on schedule. Upon arrival, I was immediately confronted by a question that has haunted great philosophers and thinkers throughout all of human history. The greatest, most ultimate question mankind has ever faced. What am I going to eat for lunch? What? Why is everyone looking at me like that? You thought the thoughts swirling in my head would be something grand and profound, like, what am I? From where did I come? To where am I going? Come on, this is Liliko. I am neither a visionary nor a philosopher. I am a girl from Melbourne who loves food and gets hungry easily, very easily. Besides, I am absolutely certain that Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, every single one of them must have asked the exact same question at least once in their lives. What's for lunch? So really, it's comforting to know that when the clock approaches mealtime, my mind occasionally operates on the same wavelength as history's greatest thinkers. All right, let's stop pretending my food-obsessed brain is comparable to theirs. Let's be real. I am in Japan now, the land of endlessly delicious food. How could I not feel hungry when something tasty is always within arm's reach, 24 hours a day? By the time I arrived in Toyama, I was hungry enough to eat a horse. No, wait, to eat like a horse. Either way, we're talking about a very large quantity. Still, I resisted the temptation of the ramen shops and ekiben bento boxes, even though their seductive aromas filled Toyama Station, because I knew something far more important. Grandma had already prepared a welcome home feast, every dish I love waiting patiently for me. But I was hungry, and it would still be another 40 minutes before I got home, so I walked into a 7-Eleven to try to find a quick fix. And there, yes, right there, a romantic love story unfolded. I encountered the loves of my life. Yes, you heard that right. Loves, plural. Not one, not two, but three. All of them suddenly crossing paths with my life at the same time. A dramatic, young and the restless level moment where I had to choose only one while being deeply in love with all of them, each unique and irresistible in its own way. Yes, I admit it, I am a bad girl. I don't understand the boundaries of love. Desire took over. My heart was confused. The heartbreak, the torment, the quiet agony of leaving the other two behind, even when you know your choice is right. Yes, I am talking about choosing an onigiri. Picking just one when all three of my favorites were right there on the shelf. Salmon, pickled plum, tuna mayo. A complicated daytime quadrilateral love drama unfolding right in front of the 7-Eleven onigiri display. Spoiler alert, If you haven't watched Chapter 7 and don't yet know where my heart ultimately belongs, please go back and watch it first. I don't wish to ruin the ending for you. A gentle warning: the story may be just as jaw-dropping and shocking as that legendary The Young and the Restless episode on January 13th, 2012, when Sharon married Victor, her ex-husband's father. Yes, that happened. Of course, such a family tree-shattering marriage didn't last long. For those who are curious, they divorced within a month. But the drama didn't stop there. Sharon, the former daughter-in-law, now ex-wife, married Victor again on August 2nd, 2012. Yes, they married twice. That second marriage lasted just over 2 months before being annulled on October 8th, 2012, after Victor was presumed dead in an explosion, and then, naturally, turned out to be alive, if any fans were wondering. Classic daytime television. Twists after twists, drama after drama. I could sit here all day talking about The Young and the Restless. After all, by the end of 2025, it has reached 53 seasons and over 13,000 episodes, and is still going strong. But if I keep going, Grandma's lunch feast will turn into dinner, or more likely, supper. So, let's get back to our story. After finishing the onigiri I bought from 7-Eleven, I was fully recharged and ready for the final leg of my journey. A tram ride, then a short walk. Next stop, Minami Toyama. Grandma's house sits on the quiet southern edge of the city. Minami means south, a simple word that has always sounded cozy to me, as if the sun itself is gently pointing the way home. I cross the open plaza in front of the station, step back inside, and board the Toyama City tram. Few people realize this, but Toyama's tram system is one of the oldest in Japan. It began in 1913, back when the city was growing as an industrial hub and needed a reliable way to move people and goods. In those early years, the tram wasn't romantic at all. It was practical. A working tool for a working city. Then came the war. In 1945, Toyama was heavily bombed. Much of the city was flattened, and the tram infrastructure was badly damaged. But when reconstruction began, the tram was among the first things restored. Not out of nostalgia, but out of necessity. The tracks carried workers, materials, and the quiet determination of a city putting itself back together. For decades after, the tram became Toyama's lifeline. But history, like fashion, is unkind to things that move slowly. By the 1960s and 70s, Japan had fallen in love with cars. Roads widened, parking lots multiplied. Trams were suddenly seen as nuisances, blocking traffic, belonging to another era. Many major cities tore theirs out completely. Toyama almost followed. Almost. Instead, the city clung to its southern tram line, old, underfunded, and steadily losing passengers. By the 1990s, it felt like a relic, surviving more out of stubbornness than confidence. Then, Toyama faced a different kind of crisis. The population was shrinking, the city was aging. Neighborhoods stretched outward into distant suburbs, thinning out daily life while stretching roads, utilities, and public services to their limits. Shops closed, streets hollowed out. Maintaining a scattered city was becoming financially unsustainable. And so, in the early 2000s, Toyama made a decision that would quietly change everything. Rather than chasing cars, the city chose to chase people. This became known as the compact city strategy, built around a simple but powerful idea called the dumplings and skewer model. Wait, dumplings and skewers? Is this real? Or is this just Liliko's food-obsessed brain talking again? I wish I could take credit for such a bold, creative, and delicious city plan, but no. The dumplings and skewer model is real, officially created and adopted by Toyama City. And honestly, the name is part of its brilliance. Urban planning usually sounds cold and abstract, but this metaphor is warm and easy to understand, especially in Japan, where skewers and dumplings are everyday food. Imagine the tram line as a long skewer running through the city. That skewer is the backbone. Along it sit the dumplings, compact clusters of homes, shops, clinics, and daily life, all within walking distance of tram stops. Instead of spreading endlessly outward, the city gently pulls itself inward. Life gathers along the skewer, streets become walkable again, services become easier to provide, and the tram, once seen as a relic of the past, becomes the spine of the city's future. Phase 1 came in 2006, with the birth of the Portram. The city took over a failing heavy rail line, the JR Toyamako line, which ran north from Toyama Station toward the port. Ridership was low, trains ran only once an hour, and the line was slowly dying. Instead of abandoning it, Toyama transformed it into Japan's first full-scale light rail transit system. Platforms were lowered, sleek, low-floor tramcars were introduced. Frequency increased dramatically, from once an hour to every 10 or 15 minutes. The result was immediate. Ridership soared, especially among elderly passengers who could now board easily without climbing steps. What had once been inconvenient suddenly became accessible, frequent, and even stylish. The Portram proved something important. Trams could be modern, and yes, cool. Phase 2 followed in 2009 with the introduction of the Centrum. South of Toyama Station, the city center had been hollowing out. To bring life back, the city built a new loop line circling the downtown area and introduced modern Centrum cars. This loop made it easy to move between shopping streets, offices, and public spaces without a car. The city center became connected again, not just physically, but socially. The dumplings grew thicker around the skewer. Then came Phase 3, the quiet triumph of 2020. For decades, Toyama's tram system had been split in two, the Portram on the north side of Toyama Station and the city tram on the south. Passengers had to get off, walk underground through the station, and pay again. It was inefficient, awkward, and symbolic of a divided city. In 2020, as part of the Hokuriku Shinkansen redevelopment, the tracks were finally connected beneath the elevated station. North met south. A single tram could now run from the port, through the heart of the city, and down to Minami Toyama. Not just a connection of tracks, but a long-lost family reunion. Today, the sleek Portram and Centrum light rail vehicles form the backbone of Toyama's tram network. Modern, accessible, efficient. They glide through the city with quiet confidence, proving that public transport can be both practical and elegant. And yet, Toyama has chosen not to erase its past. Alongside the modern trams, the city still keeps several nostalgic, old-style cars in service, including models dating back to the 1950s, with wooden interiors, polished handrails worn smooth by decades of commuters, and windows that frame the city like moving postcards. They are not fast, they are not flashy, but they carry something else: memory. For local residents, these retro trams are more than transportation. They are familiar companions, gently linking generations. Grandparents who once rode them to school now see them pass by with their grandchildren. And for visitors, boarding one of these classic single-car trams feels like stepping into a softer era. The pace slows. The city seems closer. The ride becomes part of the sightseeing itself. How lucky I am. The tram that arrives to carry me toward Grandma's house is one of these vintage cars. Of all the modern possibilities, it is this older carriage that welcomes me back. A nostalgic tram for a nostalgic return, 20 years later. I take a seat by the window. As the tram glides forward, I watch the city through the window. Shrines tucked between houses, hydrangeas blooming like slow fireworks, vending machines standing like polite sentries. Here and there, new buildings appear, clean, modern, quietly stylish. But nothing changes too quickly here. Not like Tokyo, where a cafe can vanish between breakfast and lunch. Toyama ages slowly, gracefully, like it has nothing to prove. And honestly, that's nice. There's comfort in a city that allows things to stay. Old houses lean a little, gardens spill into sidewalks. Time feels looser, gentler. Each tram stop is announced in Japanese and English, accompanied by soft melodic chimes, like a lullaby for grown-ups. I smile at the rhythm of it all, the past and present riding side by side, just like me and this city. 25 minutes later, we reach the final stop, Minami Toyama. I step off with my suitcase trailing faithfully behind me. From here, it's a 15-minute walk. The clock reads 1:20 p.m. Despite it being early summer and technically high noon, Toyama's weather is gentle, the sun kind, the air fresh. A soft afternoon breeze carries the faint scent of cedar and something metallic, like mountain rain lingering in the soil. One last stretch, a walk through sleepy streets where cicadas whisper in the trees, and someone's laundry flaps lazily in the sun like flags of everyday joy. The neighborhood around Grandma's house hasn't changed much, not in the last 5 years, not in the last 15. The same wooden fences, the same tiled roofs, the same barber shop with its spinning pole, the same stationery shop with the faded Doraemon poster. Even the convenience store hasn't changed its font. Fewer cars pass now. Maybe people age out of driving. Maybe the town slows down with them. The air feels lighter than Tokyo's, cleaner, quieter, like it has room to breathe. As I walk, memories stir, like pebbles skipping across the surface of my mind. I've walked this path many times. Some buildings change, some don't, but the biggest change is me. Once, I'm 5 years old, skipping along this road, poking mailboxes, touching flower petals, asking 100 questions a minute. Now, I walk with steadier steps, suitcase in tow. I've seen other cities, other skies. I've gotten lost and found again. But this path still feels like mine. Up ahead, in the distance, Grandma's house comes into view. Grandma's house hasn't changed much in 20-something years. A classic ikodate, standalone house, late Showa era. Thin sliding doors, creaking wooden frames, a scent that's 1/3 tatami, 1/3 miso, 1/3 memory. I was 5 the first time I came here, fresh from Tokyo's cramped apartment life. Stepping into the Genkan felt like entering a temple. Shoes off, no negotiation. That stern grandma and Shinto priest authority. She handed me a pair of indoor slippers, far too big for my feet. I waddled like a penguin and nearly tripped twice. The house was old, yes, but emotionally warm, as if it had been quietly waiting for me all along. The bath amazed me. The tiles were pale blue, cracked in a friendly, well-lived way. A deep square tub, like a personal hot spring. 2 old metal faucets, a wooden stool that looked like it had survived several eras, a karibaketsu wash basin, and an old hinoki oke that was practically a member of the family. The drain made a sound like a smoker occasionally clearing his throat, patient, resigned, familiar. But the most interesting thing I discovered, something completely different from our Tokyo apartment, was the kusari doi, the rain chain. Instead of a closed metal downpipe, Grandma's house used a delicate chain hanging from the gutter, guiding rainwater gently from the roof down to the ground. It was made of linked metal cups, one beneath another, like a vertical string of small bells. When it rained, water didn't rush or roar. It trickled, sliding from cup to cup, each one catching the rain before passing it along. It turned something ordinary into something beautiful. Rain became music, movement, a quiet performance. I discovered it one summer afternoon during a sudden downpour, wearing Grandma's boots, 3 sizes too big. Standing in the rain without an umbrella, I watched rainwater pour from the roof and dance its way down the chain, cup by cup, shimmering as it fell. To my 5-year-old eyes, it was pure magic, as if the house itself were playing with the rain. Curious and completely unsupervised, I stepped onto the bottom cup and tried to climb, wondering what other magic I might discover if I could reach the gutter above. I didn't realize the kusari doi wasn't fixed. The moment I put my weight on it, the chain swayed, the cups wobbled, and a sudden gush of rainwater splashed straight into my face. I staggered backward and fell onto my bottom, landing squarely in a small muddy puddle in the garden. Mud everywhere, on my hands, on my face, on my clothes. My bottom hurt a little, but I laughed. Tokyo never gave me mud. Concrete, yes. Asphalt, yes. But mud? Never. Here, in that little garden puddle, the mud was soft and cool and alive. It squished between my fingers. It made funny, slurpy sounds when I stomped. I splashed and laughed and stomped again, soaked from head to toe. My laughter rang out over the rain, wild and carefree. I had never had so much fun. Inside the house, Grandma couldn't find me. She called my name once, twice, but there was no response. And then she heard it. My laughter, coming from outside. She rushed out and stopped under the veranda, just in time to see me dancing in the rain, covered in mud, boots slipping, hair plastered to my face, soaked, filthy, and absolutely delighted. To Grandma, this was a Category 4 biohazard event, far worse than a T-virus outbreak in Raccoon City turning everyone into zombies. With the speed and determination of Alice in Resident Evil, Grandma charged toward me, armed with a towel and pure Grandma fury. "Liliko!" she shouted. "Look at you! Mud everywhere!" I knew she was angry, but it was too much fun. I couldn't stop. The rain felt wonderful. The mud was cool and squishy beneath my feet. I didn't want to go inside. I tried to run. I was small, fast, and slippery. But Grandma was determined. It took a fair bit of effort, muddy hands slipping, boots skidding, but eventually she caught me and dragged me inside, rainwater trailing behind us like evidence. "You're very naughty, Liliko," she scolded. She scrubbed me once, then twice. She dried me like contraband. We went through 5, maybe 6 towels. As she wiped and dried, She lectured me about catching a cold from playing in the rain, about muddy water being dirty, about germs, and how I could get sick if I swallowed any. Never, ever do that again. Her face was serious, grim. I nodded like a soggy chick. My head hung low, my eyes filled with a small, trembling tear. Seeing my pitiful expression, Grandma paused. She looked at my muddy clothes, then at the rain outside, and then she remembered the sound of my laughter. Bright, unrestrained, unmistakably 5 years old. She sighed. Well, she said, half to herself, I suppose no child grows up properly without playing in the mud at least once. My eyes lit up immediately. So, can I go out and play again? She stared at me. No, I said once. Worth a try. Who knows, maybe I'd get lucky. She marched me to the bathroom, soaped me, scrubbed every square millimeter, rinsed me, and again. Then she placed me in the hot bath and told me to soak for at least another 30 minutes. I made splashing sounds to appear obedient, but mostly I played with my bath buddy, Rubber Ducky, and telling her how much fun I'd had in the mud puddle and how she should definitely join me next time. After a full hour of Grandma's Level 4 decontamination protocol, I finally emerged from the bath. As I stepped out of the bathroom, there, waiting on the table, was a warm bowl of oshiruko, sweet red bean soup with a grilled mochi floating on top, my favorite. Grandma made it for me while I was in the bath. I rushed over and before even sitting down, shoved a spoonful into my mouth. Hot! Hot! I burned my tongue. Still, it was worth it. I remember thinking, this is the happiest day of my life before the age of 5. Rain, mud, and oshiruko. Perfect. To this day, whenever it rains, I find myself looking out the window, remembering the rain chain, the little mud puddle, and a hot bowl of oshiruko on that perfect day. As my memories juggle in rhythm with my steps, I arrive, at last, Grandma's house. Oh? You're still here? Waiting for something? Ah, I see. You're wondering, after 7 chapters, do we finally get to meet Grandma? You've been so very patient, and Grandma would be absolutely flattered to know so many friends are eager to meet her. Don't worry, our reunion is coming, right after I possibly, take one tiny detour to the 7-Eleven around the corner. You see, the tram ride and the walk have stirred up my appetite again, and those other 2 onigiri, salmon and plum, they're calling my name. Softly, lovingly, like true friends. Okay, just kidding. Please don't throw your slippers at me. I promise I won't start the next chapter with another tour of 7-Eleven. Probably. No, really. Chapter 9 is Grandma time. A big, generous serving of Grandma coming right up. No artificial coloring, no added sweeteners. Grandma's hugs are naturally sweet enough. You won't want to miss it. So don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. But for now, it's time to call it a night. If this little story brought you a smile before bed, if it gave you even a moment of peace, please come back anytime. Revisit this chapter or any other that made you smile. Let it walk you gently towards sleep. Good night, and may your dreams be as warm and sweet as a bowl of oshiruko after a rainy day in Toyama. finally home. Welcome back to Liliko's Bedtime Mumble. Thank you so much for returning to our journey. In the last chapter, I took the tram to the station closest to Grandma's house, Minami Toyama. From there, I walked slowly through the neighborhood, drifting along memory lane. I remembered discovering the rain chain for the first time, watching the water trickle down cup by cup during a summer downpour. I remembered slipping into the mud, laughing under the rain, and later warming up with a bowl of sweet oshiruko. The happiest day of my life before the age of 5. What a wonderful memory. It feels sweet just thinking about it. If you missed Chapter 8, you can always visit it later. I'm sure you'll relive that childhood joy with a gentle smile. But enough recap. Let's continue tonight's mumble. The story resumes with me standing right in front of Grandma's house. At last, after one international flight, a limousine bus, a Shinkansen slicing through the spine of Japan, a tram trundling southward, and the quiet 15-minute walk through sleepy streets, I am here, standing at the doorstep of Grandma's house. From Melbourne to Toyama, over 8,000 kilometers. From the southern hemisphere to this quiet northern town where the air smells like cedar and memory. And yet, my heart has never felt closer to home. I pause for a moment, suitcase by my side, just breathing. The old wooden gate is exactly as I remember, slightly crooked, quietly charming. The mailbox still has that small dent on the side, like a childhood scar that never fully fades. Even the potted plants by the door, the gonias, a sleepy mint bush, and one very determined daikon, seem to greet me like old friends who have waited patiently for my return. I reach for the doorbell and press it, once, softly. Pee-pon. That familiar two-note chime, soft and bird-like, echoes through the genkan like a time capsule. The same melody I hear as a child, whenever the postman comes with parcels I hope are for me. The same sound from 5 years old, as if I never leave at all. Then, footsteps, measured and light, the gentle shuffle of slippers brushing against old wooden floorboards. The door slides open with a soft shft, and there she is, Grandma. Slightly smaller than I remember, a few more silver strands in her hair, but those eyes, the same, gentle and sharp all at once. And her scent, miso soup, tatami, and sun-dried laundry, wraps around me like a freshly warmed blanket. Grandma, I whisper. I move without thinking. I drop my suitcase, step forward, and hug her tightly. Tears rise, not dramatic ones, just quiet, trembling ones, the kind that slips out when your heart finally exhales. "Oh, Liliko," she says, her voice soft but steady. She reaches up and pats my head, just as she has since I am 5. Back then, I often tilted my head away in quiet rebellion, protesting I was too old for such childish affection. But now, in her arms, I long to be that little girl again, for her hand to stay where they are, to soak in that simple, familiar comfort I did not realize I missed so much. Her hand brushing my hair does not make me feel small. It makes me feel safe, as if I fold time backwards and step straight into childhood. So, I lean in and let myself stay there. "Still like a kid," she teases, narrowing her eyes. "Never quite a lady." "You know I'll never become one," I murmur into her shoulder. "I know," she chuckles, her laugh dry and warm like roasted tea. She keeps stroking my hair, slowly, gently, like she is wordlessly making up for all the years she cannot. The warmth from her hand flows into me, like sunlight gently thawing the last traces of winter from the garden of my heart. And just like that, the weight of the trip, the layovers, the jet lag, the suitcase full of wrinkled clothes, dissolves into the floorboards. All the hours spent and kilometers traveled fold neatly into one simple moment, a quiet, perfect hug. A bridge across time zones, seasons, and every missed phone call. A reunion stitched from longing. And a gentle truth lingers between us. Some things, no matter how far we go or how long we are away, do not really change at all. Like a child, I nestle deeper into Grandma's shoulder, soaking in every second of affection I have been craving for years. Eventually, Grandma breaks the silence. Between us, she is always the responsible adult. Me? I could keep on hugging for another hour. "Are you hungry?" she asks. "Have you eaten anything? I made all your favorite dishes." I shake my head with firm, Oscar-worthy innocence. "Nope, nothing since breakfast this morning. I'm so hungry right now." I even rub my stomach and put on an exaggerated voice and facial expression that deserve a standing ovation. Grandma looks at me for a second and narrows her eyes. "You're hungry, all right." She raises one eyebrow, the experienced, all-seeing eyebrow. "But I don't think you're telling me the truth." She tilts her head slightly. "I know you ate something on your way here." My heart skips a beat. How on earth does Grandma know I ate a tuna mayo onigiri outside 7-Eleven at Toyama Station? It's not like she's secretly one of my loyal YouTube subscribers. By the way, speaking of subscribers, my subscriber count is currently modest. Painfully modest. It takes an unreasonable amount of time and emotional investment to produce these bedtime mumbles, especially while juggling a busy work schedule during the day and editing videos late at night. So if anyone out there is watching and enjoying them, a humble little subscribe would truly warm my heart and give me the motivation to keep going. Who knows? If I keep going, maybe one day I could casually place that shiny YouTube silver play button on my bedroom bookshelf as minimalist decor after reaching 100,000 subscribers. Or perhaps the gold play button at 1 million. Or, dare I whisper it, the diamond play button at 10 million. I do wonder, is that actually real diamond? Because if it is, I might need extra insurance, and definitely a larger bookshelf to accommodate all 3 award plaques. Oh, how nice and wonderful it would be to have them sitting there in my bedroom, the first thing I see when I wake up in the morning. Sorry, I drifted off into dreaming before we even finished tonight's bedtime mumble. All right, no more play button daydreaming. Let's get back to our story. Anyway, I can be absolutely certain that Grandma is not one of my subscribers who religiously follows my channel and watched Chapter 7, the episode where I dramatically declared myself starving upon arriving in Toyama, only to immediately devour a tuna mayo onigiri outside the 7-Eleven at the station. And even if she had seen it, which she hasn't, there's a timeline issue. Yes, that episode was released 2 months ago, but in the narrative universe we are currently inhabiting, this moment is technically a flashback, which means Grandma in this present scene cannot possibly travel forward in time to watch my channel and then return with insider knowledge. If such a thing were allowed to happen, we would be violating at least 3 major laws of physics. Einstein's relativity? Collapsed. Planck's quantum mechanics? In shambles. Entire textbooks rewritten with a new emergency appendix titled Time Travel Confirmed. Case Study, Liliko's Grandma, Back to the Future. The illustration would feature Grandma triumphantly pointing at me outside 7-Eleven, shouting, "Got you!" while I stand frozen mid-bite of my tuna mayo onigiri, eyes wider than a startled anime protagonist, cheeks stuffed with rice, brain visibly buffering. Don't worry, guys. This is a bedtime mumble channel, not a science fiction fantasy. No grandma paradox is about to destabilize the fabric of time and space. Our present universe is not under threat of collapse or annihilation. You can sleep peacefully. And besides, even if time travel were somehow permitted, and every Toyota Corolla came standard with a built-in flux capacitor, Grandma still wouldn't be time traveling. Why? Because she doesn't drive. In Toyama, with reliable public transport, not everyone needs a car, or a license, or access to interdimensional mechanics. So back to our original question. How does Grandma know I ate something? Well, I think. She has lived in Toyama her whole life. She has eyes, and possibly spies, everywhere. Maybe the cashier at 7-Eleven is one of her informants. Maybe my photo is already plastered on their rice ball repeat offender blacklist. The moment I tap my credit card, a silent red alert pings straight to Grandma's flip phone. Or maybe she hacks into the station's surveillance cameras and catches me red-handed, walking out with the onigiri clutched like contraband. Could there be a drone hovering high above, quietly tracking my movements? Or perhaps something even more sophisticated, a military reconnaissance satellite zooming in from orbit. Somewhere in a dimly lit command center, a battle-ready officer adjusts his headset and reports through the speaker. Affirmative. Target acquired. Subject has consumed a rice ball. Wow. That would require the highest level of intelligence clearance coming from CIA or IMF, Impossible Mission Force. Could Grandma secretly be working for the CIA or the IMF? Maybe she and Ethan Hunt are office buddies, occasionally bumping into each other in the corridor on their way to shred top classified documents? Okay. Maybe I've watched too many movies. Of course not, I reply, trying to act as calm as possible, though my voice trembles as shaky as my knees. Grandma presses, "You sure?" She stares, long, slow, the kind of stare more penetrating than an X-ray, a gamma ray even, one that makes lead aprons and radiation shields look like tissue paper. "Yes," I croak, but the rest of the sentence refuses to leave my throat. I am speechless. I've never been good at lying, especially with Grandma. She seems to see through me as clearly as Sprite in a glass bottle. Pure clarity, nowhere to hide. And why Sprite of all things? Probably because her stare feels like standing under a scorching sun, harsh, blinding, making my mouth go dry and leaving me suddenly, desperately thirsty. Well, after 40 years of teaching high school students, Grandma can tell who hasn't done their homework and who is hiding a manga behind a textbook with a single glance. She can interrogate a misbehaving teenager with nothing more than a raised eyebrow. Honestly, the CIA should consider recruiting her. She'd be one of their most formidable weapons. One eyebrow raise, unlimited confessions. Come on, nothing escapes my eyes. Grandma knows everything. Grandma smiles encouragingly. In front of her, lying is useless. Confession is my only salvation. I raise my hand, pinch my index finger and thumb together, signaling just a little bit. I only eat a tiny little thing because I am starving at the station. But How? How do you know? Grandma's not too old to be smart, yeah? She says, her eyes twinkling with pride. Of course I know you ate something. And not only that, I know exactly what you ate. No way! I shake my head in disbelief. How? Grandma, how do you know what I ate? There's no way you could possibly know that. All right, we have already ruled out the possibility that Grandma is a retired CIA or IMF operative with level 4 top secret clearance, hacking into street cameras or deploying drones and satellites at her command. So how does she know it all? In my brain, I frantically flip through the index of my knowledge, trying to figure out what is going on here. Okay, if this is not a thriller suspense espionage scenario, where Grandma has access to high-tech surveillance like Ethan Hunt or 007, then it must be a superhero sci-fi situation. Maybe she has suddenly been granted the power of premonition or clairvoyance, something Doctor Strange level, or Madam Web approved. Wait a minute. Why are all my references coming from comic books and movies? I really do watch too much of them. Anyway, I highly doubt Grandma has been bitten by a mystical spider from the Amazon, or secretly hiked to Kamartaj to study the mystic arts under the Ancient One, to gain the supernatural psychic powers that allow her to sit calmly at home with a real-time clairvoyant live stream of me chomping a rice ball outside 7-Eleven. And if, for some mysterious divine reason, God has granted an elderly lady in Toyama the gift of prophecy, solely so she can catch her granddaughter mid-bite of an onigiri, then I will seriously have to question the sanity of heaven's grand plan. Seeing the disbelief written all over my face, Grandma mutters softly, her voice calm and calculated. Yes, I do know. Then, very deliberately, she takes out her glasses and puts them on. She lowers them slightly, pauses for effect, and pushes them up her nose with one finger, exactly like Detective Conan Edogawa right before revealing the culprit. And with great pride, she declares, "Shinjitsu wa itsumo hitotsu." There is always only one truth. Detective Conan's legendary line. Boy, oh boy. How original. Detective Conan was the cartoon I watched religiously as a kid. At the end of every episode, right at the climax, just as the culprit was about to be exposed, Detective Conan would dramatically push up his glasses and declare that legendary line before solving the case. As a 5-year-old, I would jump straight out of my seat, point at the TV, and shout along with him, confidently announcing who I believed the bad guy was. Grandma, usually cooking dinner in the kitchen, would peek in to see what all the commotion was about, only to find me leaping around the living room, passionately copying Conan's every move. All those years of watching with me clearly drilled into her. And now, the tables have turned. Grandma is the one reenacting Detective Conan. And me? I am frozen, jaw dropped, playing the stunned side character. I loved watching Detective Conan, but there was one thing I never liked. Yes, you already know. The commercials. Almost always, right after Conan shouts that legendary line, the commercials roll in. Then comes 5 minutes of waiting. 5 long minutes. An eternity. Suspended at the climax, desperate to know what happens next. Luckily, this isn't TV. We don't... Oh no. Wait. YouTube has ads too. And just like on TV, you can't skip them. Unless, of course, you pay for premium. For those with premium, congratulations. You'll glide through this story with no interruptions, no suspense stretched longer than necessary. Well done, guys. For the rest of us, don't worry, we'll be right back after the ads. Yes, all thanks to Grandma. 真実はいつも一つ。There is always only one truth, Grandma proudly announces. Now, in the anime, this legendary line is usually followed by a commercial break, and when the show returns, the line is recapped before the mystery continues. But what you just heard isn't the recap. It's Grandma herself, repeating the line for the second time, even prouder and louder than the first. Well done, Grandma, dragging out the suspense like a professional, making the drama even more intense than Detective Conan himself. Honestly, the only thing missing is a drum roll. She extends her hand, striking Conan's iconic pose, finger leveled right at me. The truth is, you ate an onigiri just before you came. No way! My jaw drops. How do you know? That's how good I am, Grandma says proudly, smiling. Maybe even sharper than Detective Conan, hey? Okay, tell me how you did it, I asked. Observation, my dear, Grandma says, pretending to take a slow inhale from an invisible clay pipe. She exhales dramatically and continues. My dear Watson, you see, but you do not observe. What? First she's Detective Conan, now she's Sherlock Holmes, and I'm the sidekick Watson? Grandma is clearly having far too much fun role-playing. I need to intervene before she moves on to Inspector Gadget, or even worse, Ace Ventura the Pet Detective. Okay, Grandma, enough detective role-play. I give her a thumbs up. Yes, you're good. You outsmarted me. Now tell me how you did it. Don't keep me suspended. Please, please. Grandma laughs proudly. She points at my chin and shouts, There! That's your evidence! What? My face is the crime scene? I immediately whip out a pocket mirror from my bag. As I carefully examine the scene in the reflection, I gasp. There it is, a lone half grain of rice clinging just beneath my chin, like a tiny white flag shamelessly waving and declaring my guilt. I titter. She smirks, and we both burst into laughter. Always so forgetful, Grandma chuckles. Never wipe your mouth properly. You've been doing that since you were 5. Won't be the last time either. I laugh and admit, shaking my head in disbelief. We stand on the doorstep laughing until our sides hurt. But my curiosity rises. Okay, Grandma, I ask. A grain of rice proves I ate something, yes, but it could be from anything. Sushi, onigiri, ekiben, they all have rice. How can you be sure it was onigiri? That, Grandma says, smiling slowly, is the process of elimination, my dear. She continues in a deep, meaningful tone. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth, my dear Watson. Grandma is clearly a devoted Sherlock Holmes fan. Okay, stop playing Sherlock Holmes. I roll my eyes so far back I almost see my own brain. You're a true detective, Grandma, I give you that. Now just tell me how you did it. Grandma leisurely places her hands behind her back and strolls around me as she explains, cool, calm, collected, still subconsciously role-playing Sherlock Holmes. I'm just glad she doesn't smoke a pipe in real life, or I'd be surrounded by dramatic clouds of detective smoke. Also, I wish you would stop circling me while talking. My neck is getting sore from turning to follow her. You know I have already prepared a big lunch for you, Grandma begins. Ekuben is a full meal. It would make you too full for my lunch, so Ekuben is eliminated first. She raises one finger. I'm nodding in agreement. Yes, sushi is possible. However, you know I am making a feast for you, which may include sushi. Since you may be eating sushi very soon, having a small roll beforehand would not be a smart choice. Grandma's second finger is up. I'm nodding in agreement again. So that leaves onigiri. The portion is reasonable, delicious, not too filling to ruin your appetite. She tilts her head slightly. Am I right? My mouth hangs half open, stunned by her flawless logic. Grandma steps closer to my still open mouth, closes her eyes, and takes a gentle sniff. Tuna and mayo, she declares. I can smell it. I am utterly speechless. Thorough observation, sharp detective instincts, flawless deductive reasoning, and the nose of a trained sniffer dog. The ultimate crime buster. With her around, no wonder Toyama has one of the lowest crime rates in Japan. Bravo, Grandma! Bravo! I clap my hands together in exaggerated applause. Grandma bows slightly and politely accepts her standing ovation. We smile, then laugh again. Okay, enough talk. You must be hungry after such a long journey, Grandma says warmly. I'm starving, I reply, and this time I truly mean it. Then come inside. I've made plenty of your favorites, just waiting for you. I can't wait. I slip off my shoes and step into the genkan. Yes, I remember. All the elegance Grandma instilled in me suddenly returns. As the house rules flood back, I ask softly, Were you upset that I ate an onigiri before your lunch? Of course not, she says gently. Never with you, Liliko. I smile and rest my head against her shoulder, just like when I am 5. She squeezes my hand gently, smiling back, and together we walk into the house. Home, where the scent of miso and tatami dissolved every trace of stress, every ache from the hours and miles I had traveled. Home, where warmth clung to the walls like a quiet promise, wrapping me in the kind of comfort no hotel could ever match. Here I could finally rest, not just my body, but my heart. Because sometimes, after all the flights, all the trains, all the detours to 7-Eleven, the best destination is simply the place where love has been waiting all along. Thank you for staying with me through tonight's bedtime mumble. It truly means so much to have wonderful company like you listening to my little stories before bed. I hope today's episode brought you a smile and helped soften the edges of your thoughts before sleep. If it did, you're always welcome to return, whether to this chapter or to any of my other bedtime mumbles. And if you'd like to continue this journey with me, please consider subscribing. As I mentioned earlier, this channel is still quite small, and every subscription genuinely feels like a little boost of encouragement. It helps keep my motivation strong as I juggle busy workdays and late nights creating these cozy stories for you. Tonight, I know I'll be having a very sweet dream. After all, I'm finally home with Grandma. And I wish the same for you. Good night. Have a sweet and wonderful dream.
This is the journey of Samurai Blue in FIFA 2026. Go, go! Japan! Go, 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 Japan! It's a tie with the mighty Netherlands. What a showdown! Well done, Samurai Blue! Go, 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 Japan!
clean up.
Go, 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 Japan! Go, 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 Japan! Go, 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 Japan! Yes! Samurai Blue has advanced to the next stage! Go! Go! Go, Japan! Congratulations, Brazil! What a close match! Samurai Blue have made us proud. We will return in 2030 for the World Cup again.これはサムライブルーの奇跡だ。FIFA2026 でのね。いけいけいけ！日本！強豪オランダと引き分けだ。なんて試合だ。よくやったサムライブルー。はっ！ Go 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 ジャパン！
片付けよう。
やった！サムライブルーが次のステージに進出したぞ。いけいけいけ日本！ ブラジルおめでとう。大接戦だったね。サムライブルーは誇りだよ。2030年のワールドカップでまた戻ってこよう。